chat. I don't, you know.
Oh wow, you can't go to Comic-Con. There's worse things.
That's not what I'm upset about. I'm more worried about my dad.
Oh! That's a reasonable thing to be worked up about.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. My bad.
Uh,
I was
no, it's fine.
I was thrown off. I was like, oh no, and then you were like, no, it's my dad. Like, oh, never mind. That's actually important.
Yeah, because
Exactly.
my dad is essentially housebound now, so
How old is he?
he's like late 40s.
How did he screw up his back so much?
Essentially, a long time ago, he suffered an injury which, like, pinched a nerve in his back, and now it's coming back to bite him.
Oh, okay. Can surgery fix it?
He's gonna be going to his doctor, I think, tomorrow to figure it out, so my answer to that is, I don't know, but hopefully. Hopefully he can find some way to fix it, because I hate seeing him in pain like this. It's disheartening as hell.
Hopefully, yeah. I hope things go well.
Yeah.
Best of luck to both of you.
Yeah. Anyway, so Transport Fever 2?
That's the plan.
What's your...
Gosh.
I was gonna say...
Kane!
Did you see Drake Hollow?
I did. It looks... How should I put this?
I don't know of its quality. I only learned about it 4 or 5 months ago. So I don't really know if it's good.
Like, I wouldn't... It doesn't look like it's necessarily bad. It just looks... I hate the fact that I'm going to say this.
But
And I am so sorry. Because I know how dumb it is. I acknowledge this, but boy, howdy, I couldn't wrap my head around the art direction.
I don't blame you, because I kind of get that. My big defense on this one is mostly the fact that I will give you one guess as to the only reason I've been looking into this game. It's a very big one. One that we've had a lot of issues with.
I know, the 4-player co-op.
It's literally a 4-player co-op. Like it's like a I don't want to call it a survival game because I think that that's misleading, but like
Hey,
it's
Chaos
like
Gamer. Hey, Jason Holmes. Alright, go ahead.
It's like a tower defense action RPG shooter that's has no PvP elements. And it's one of the only games that I have seen in any kind of modern light that at all plays like that. And that is why I have been looking into it.
Is it free to play?
It is not. It's on sale for $12 though.
I don't know.
That's the other issue with it. But like, it is on sale right now, and I'm not demanding anything because, of course not.
You never demand anything. It's just, I'm just looking at it and I'm like, I just feel like, it looks like to me, and this is just me making an assumption. I'm looking at it and I'm like, this isn't going to be a game that I play exactly one time. Say it's fine, but not for me. That's what's going to happen. That's what I'm kind of afraid of with it, because I don't want to disappoint you again.
Yeah.
I would rather, I guess I'm like kind of waiting to see if someone else wants to play it, because you don't even know how, because you haven't played it yet either, have you?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Which is definitely the more it's why I haven't like invested anything in it yet, because like I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm looking at that and I'm like, the only reason I would ever play this might just be to play with Kane, but if you wind up not liking it, then I'm definitely not going to play it.
Yeah. So I'm definitely on the fence, and especially because I
Why won't you guys just play train games with me? Ever think of that?
Because they're not real friends.
It's the only one that's available to play multiplayer is like $40, or was it 30? 30 or 40?
Oh my god, we
Which
actually...
one was it?
Oh my god.
Also-
it looks so cool.
Also, Tropical Typhoon has been a channel member for 5 months.
Woohoo! Congrats.
He thinks...
They just released some gameplay for the Persona 5 Royal. I don't want to call it a remaster because it's not really a remaster. It's just a 60 FPS boost. But God, that game looks smooth now.
Persona 5?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, definitely a gorgeous game. Absolutely, like
Well,
hands down.
Now it's,
It's
running at
beautiful.
120 frames per second.
I mean, to be fair, it
We've
probably
reached
could.
peak gaming.
You actually can't run 120 FPS unless your monitor supports 120 hertz refresh rate.
Dumbass.
I mean, I don't think what I said is incorrect, but
What? Huh?
okay.
No,
So, from my basic understanding, like I'm joking because it's obviously one of those really elitism sort of things sometimes that happens with it, but like frame rate a lot of times will depend on if your monitor can support the refresh rate of refreshing that frequently. In order to get 60 FPS to properly work, your monitor has to support 60 hertz. And
Yeah.
any modern display nowadays is going to support 60 hertz. Now, I could be wrong on this. I'm not like a giga level genius about frame rates and stuff like that, but like the reason why most people don't have issue with 60 FPS is because their displays support 60 FPS. Like if you literally have a display from the last 20 years, you have 60 hertz, 60 FPS. Not an issue.
yeah, like, monitor refresh rate is relevant to this. It always has been.
I mean,
Yeah.
even still, like, they were showing it off on the Xbox, and I'm just happy that it runs good on that platform, because it's probably where I'm going to be playing it on the most.
I just don't care about frame rates.
I mean...
If the
I
game
get that.
if the game hits 30, that's fine with me. Like, I do not care beyond that.
I definitely have... I don't want to say...
Depends on the game for me.
Yeah, no, and it definitely depends on the game for me too. But like, I feel like I don't know. I feel like nowadays it's just like it's hard to go back in time. You know.
Which Azure Lane warship am I going to talk about? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I gotta answer.
Go ahead.
Which Azure Lane warship am I going to talk about next? Well, actually, not tomorrow, but the next day. I have a video about the USS West Virginia. So, that one. Go on, guys.
I don't get frame rate. I care if the damn thing plays. I mean, I get that. It's just it's a brain thing with me.
No,
It's hard to go-
it's a Twitter thing with you. You're too invested in the modern gaming scene where everyone's like frame rates and performance ratios and frickin' perspective scaling and.
Since when did I bring Twitter into this?
I brought Twitter into this because I know what you're like. I know what you're
I see your
about.
Twitter posts on the regular.
I knew it, Duck.
What Twitter posts have you seen?
I see what stuff. I don't follow very many people on Twitter, dude. I see everything you like and retweet and comment on.
Oh God!
He knows.
It's like I know what Josh likes on Instagram.
Ooh.
Sick burn.
It's nothing but trains. Definitely. That's I don't know why you would
Of
think it'd
course.
be anything else.
But anyway,
That was
like
anatomy research.
anatomy. Jesus Christ!
I'm sick, by the way.
I was before Ashley. I was very lonely and things. You know, it shut.
Here's a fun thing. I know that the Instagram algorithm is fucking. Oh, sorry, you're streaming on YouTube.
Yes, so don't swear.
I'm sorry.
It happens. It's okay. Whatever.
But the Instagram algorithm is ruthless. Dude, do you have any idea how long it took for me, like, to get very questionable videos out of my reel suggestions?
For
Because I one sketch, like that was related to a certain demographic that isn't my demographic.
Understandable.
Sorry.
Yeah.
To answer Edward Vincent Brion's question, I have no idea what the Little Joe Electrics are offhand, so I can't answer that question. Hey man, I deal. My job deals with algorithms all the time now. That's all I do. That's all I worry about.
Oh, Duck, I already saw this video that you posted in Media and Memes.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, for context, since you're streaming, Josh, somebody made a mod for Skyrim that literally replaces every single dragon with just the state of Ohio.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
I don't really see the problem with that. It seems pretty accurate to me.
I mean, I sent it to I sent it to a buddy of mine who actually lives in Ohio, and he was like, "Yeah, that's pretty accurate."
I just talked with my friend who lives in Ohio just the other day, and we were talking about moose actually. But they're Ohioans' opinion of their own state is rather poor.
They're a more self-aware Alabama.
Where did that come from?
No, he's right. It's
Basically, Alabama's in the same boat, but they're proud.
they don't understate. They don't realize the joke at this point.
So basically, what you're saying is like Ohioans are usually like, yeah, our state's awful and we know it, but what are we gonna do?
Yeah, yeah. That's the top tier response. That's exactly the situation. Let's see what I got to work with in this game.
It's me.
Did you see Drake Hollow?
No.
I'll send you a link.
Yeah, I like how one of the people in the Mr. or Mrs. I don't know, Amtrak Pepsi product 160 was just says Ohio is just the back rooms.
Where you fall when you know clip through the world.
Yep. Yeah. When you no clip out of the dimension, you just end up in Ohio.
Look, there's only one road in Ohio, and it leads only to Ohio.
Wasn't there like an SCP like joke thing that just basically made the entire state of Ohio into an SCP?
I mean, I believe that.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
There's an SCP.
I don't know that. I don't know that for sure, but that sounds like something.
Well, you know
thematic.
Ohio.
I sent you the link, Doc.
Yeah, no, I did. I saw this. Yeah, I did watch this.
I've been really on the fence about getting it and trying it because it's one of the only like 4-player cooperative action games that I found that's not, for one thing, that's not horror themed. I'm gonna go on that train again for a minute.
That is a pretty valid, like, you know, if you're like, hey, I want something that falls under this category, you just like exclude horror, and then all of your results just dry up.
Yep.
I really hate the fact that I'm on Kane's side. Like, look, I get it. It's, you know, it's a fun, you know, survivor thing in a horror setting. Dead by Daylight's been very successful. Like, I understand. Also, there are other ways to do this.
Yeah, you could have a monster hunting simulator with asymmetric combat. It failed miserably.
Hey, we got the Dragon Ball Z one coming.
That's exciting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to play Breakers.
It's only $20.
Really? It's
Yeah.
only $20?
Is it
Yeah.
is it out?
I don't know if it's out yet, but I saw like I remember seeing it somewhere that it's like $19.99.
That's awesome. Actually, that's a great deal.
Like I'm very tempted to get it just purely out of that because I'm like I can throw $20 at a game. I'm not spending $60 at a, you know, more arcadey Dead by Daylight, but
DBZ,
Oh.
$20. Hey,
Even better, there's a special edition, and guess how much it is? Without looking at it, take a
25.
guess. How much do you think the special edition is?
30?
25.
$30.
Still.
That's actually not bad at all. Planned release date October 14th, 2022.
Just in time for a spooky Halloween.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, Imperfect Cell is a horror show all in its own.
Yes.
Is that the dude who like sucks energy out of people?
He drinks
Yeah.
people.
Okay, do not say that ever again.
That's what he does!
I know, but like that phrase
He's
just
stuck.
okay. No.
You okay, Ted?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just happened to bang my desk and I forgot that I have like a couple of plates here.
You know what my Halloween costume should be?
What?
Drinking
I'm
people?
curious now.
I want to take a bunch of like paper plates and duct tape them all over my body.
Okay, I'm going to ask why, and I feel like I'm about to really regret it.
Because it's plate mail. Or plate armor.
Thank you, Ted.
Shut up, Kane. I actually hit my wrist there. Really hurt. Ah, fuck! I hit
Great
like
job,
right on.
Ted!
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. All you
Yeah,
children, all you children out there listening.
Oh, children.
Ugh.
I do have some mothers that comment on my videos saying, "My son loves your work. Thank you so much."
Yeah,
Very sweet.
I mostly said that as a joke, but I do
Streams
want
are
to.
not as friendly because we are only human.
Yeah. It's not like on live TV where there's like that 15-second like timer or whatever. So if something messed up happens, they can just cut it.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely want to pick up Breakers.
See, I don't know. Like, I have an opinion about this whole thing, and
Probably a bad one.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm tired
just
of
kidding.
every single licensed horror game becoming another Dead by Daylight.
Teddy, I completely understand, and I'm with you on this. Understand that I totally understand your pain, and I get it. Understand that I don't think you're allowed to be mad at Dragon Ball doing it.
Okay, no. Dragon Ball, I'm not as mad about. It's just... what I more so mean is, like horror movies. Stuff like that upcoming Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. And,
to be fair, if you're going to make a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, I don't think you could get much better than Dead by Daylight or Friday the 13th.
But he's
Friday the-
already...
Friday the 13th is really good.
It is.
I think Friday the
like
13th is
that.
way better than Dead by Daylight just because there are different things to do. Like, there's actually, there's only one killer, but the gameplay is way more varied, and I vastly prefer it because of that.
I mean, also, there's, like, the different variations of Jason given different abilities, you know?
Yeah, there are some, obviously there's some variety given.
My only issue with my only issue with Friday the 13th is that, unlike Dead by Daylight, I cannot look at Friday the 13th all the time.
Yeah.
What?
Meanwhile...
What, you mean you can't handle Jason Voorhees slamming someone's face into the campfire?
No, I can't.
I don't see why that would bother you at all.
Yeah, it's not like it's that violent.
Eh,
I mean,
It's
what I
very
guess
violent.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that with a lot of horror licensed games, I would appreciate it more if at least some came out and tried to be something else. Like, one of the reasons that I loved Alien Isolation was because it was basically the perfect combination of mechanics from other horror games just put into the Alien universe. But the problem when it comes to, you know, a lot of these games that come out, it's like, hey, we're an asymmetrical horror game, and I'm like, great. So
Well, Alien Isolation was single player.
yes, but that's what I mean. Like, I would like more single-player licensed horror games, and there's just. Oh my god.
To be fair, that was a dig at EA and not you.
Yes, it is. It was.
Single player horror games, though, like licensed ones, they get old really quick.
I mean, well, okay, putting your dislike for Alien Isolation aside, what other games have gotten old?
He doesn't dislike it, he just thinks it's overrated in terms of the AI.
Fair point. But what other horror licensed games got old?
I mean,
Pretty much all of them, actually.
yeah, like it's.
Like once the scares are gone, they're gone. Like you can't, once you know what's in the game. Like the only reason I played the RE3 remake so many times is that I thought the gameplay was just phenomenal. But even that got old after a while. From a horror perspective, like you can make something scary, especially if it's reliant on jump scares. You can't play that more than once. Like not the same. It won't be the same ever again. And some of these horror games, the problem is they factor the scares over the gameplay. So the fun
jump scares.
The fun aspect is being scared, and once that's gone, the game's really not fun.
I think the only way that you could really make a horror game scarier now, and hear me out, is I think an open world horror game would actually work pretty well. Because you could vary your scares a lot more in the way that enemies can move around and stuff.
There is one game that I do have that's a good example of that.
Is it the Evil Dead game?
No.
Oh, what is it?
No, it's Charles Choo Choo.
Oh, God.
Wait, is that out?
Charles. No, but I've been watching it. But I think that gives a good idea of what a open world single player horror game is.
I mean, I'm contractually obligated to play it for obvious reasons.
Yeah. But also, there's been a whole lot of I don't know if you've seen the oh God, what is it? It's some horror game collection.
Outbreak?
No.
Dread?
It's a collection, so I assume it's franchised?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, though.
It's the one where, Sucker for Love and everything like that came from.
I don't know. I don't know.
Neither do I. I have no idea what he's talking about either.
Neither do I. I know Sucker for Love. I don't know what it came from, so I'm
the Dread
out
X collection.
That's what I said.
Oh, you said Dread and.
Well, I was throwing out names because I couldn't remember, but yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking, there's another horror game called Dread.
Mm.
That is different.
Okay. Is it Dread out, or is it different from that too?
There's another one just called Dread that I also know.
There's we literally just came up with 3 different horror games with the word Dread in it. It's not exactly a descriptor.
No, that is fair. My bad.
And there's a whole lot of these low budget indie kind of horror games that I think are really cool. They're really cool concept games. I'm trying to think of who's the YouTuber who I watch.
Darkness the Curse.
No, it's Manly Badass Hero. Sorry, that is his name, so I have to say it.
You don't have to say it.
That is his name, so I'm going to say it because I want you to pay attention because he does fantastic. He does every single every single horror game that's come out in the past 3 or 4 years.
Well, he sounds way better than that crappy Darkness the Curse guy.
No, he doesn't even do game reviews anymore.
I still occasionally get frickin' Game Shock asking me about that. 'cause who else would it be?
Ocean horror is one of the ones that I can think of.
I really think the only game, at least recently, that's delved into that was Iron Lung.
Hey, Iron Lung was really
yeah,
good.
Iron Lung, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
I played Iron Lung.
How is it?
I mean, I wouldn't play it. It kind of loses its thing upon repeated plays, but for such a small game, like honestly, I thought of you, Ted, when it came to scaring you, because
Really?
well, you don't like underwater.
No, I don't. I hate it. Like, I have severe thalassophobia.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. You're alone in this rickety makeshift submarine under a sea of blood on an alien planet.
Yeah, I mean, like, it in a weird way, it just reminds me of, like, if Subnautica, like, ditched the whole, like, sort of horror thing and just went, like, full horror.
We all live in a makeshift submarine.
Shut up, Kane!
Submarine.
There's also like silly, like horror games, like the fridge is red. Like it makes it horror, but it's also like very aware that it's ridiculous.
What are some of my favorite movies? Well, my favorite movie of all time is Jurassic Park. And I really like Beverly Hills Cop. That's a really great movie.
I've actually been interested in Beverly Hills Cop because...
A lot of the Godzilla movies. I'm a big Godzilla fan.
Because, funny enough, I've actually been recommended that theme on YouTube multiple times.
What's up? Of what? You should tell me now if you're scared. Are we being stalked? Hold on, guys. I gotta go check on my girlfriend.
Alright. Ted likes water about as much as I like planes. That's not inaccurate, Cole Phelps. I mean, I don't know about your thing with heights, but I do not like the water. If I can see to the bottom of the water, then I am fine. If I can't, I don't want anything to do with it.
I feel that. My favorite underwater experience is Abzu, and I highly recommend it to anyone.
Well, because Abzu is just more about, like, the calming aspects of the ocean.
It's not just that. There's also like a bit of puzzle elements. Like there's actual gameplay and a goal involved with Abzu. It's not just you're not just like swimming around randomly to chill. It is very chill like that. Like there's actual stuff you have to go around and find.
Yeah.
It's a very, very pretty game.
Have any of you ever played Subnautica? Yes, I have, and Subnautica freaks me out a lot.
I love Subnautica.
Well, I
just have no-
understand that you don't like it.
Well,
Enjoy
like
it in the same way.
no, like I love Subnautica. But I love it and I hate it because it scares me. It scares me a lot. Have you watched The Abyss? Yes, and that's a great movie. I love The Abyss. It's an extremely underrated movie. Oh, shut up, Kane.
I prefer Tales of the Abyss. I ultimately have no interest in Subnautica, TBH. I just not gonna
Okay.
play it. And then for the Abyss, I have seen it once, and I did buy the special edition, so I do have it.
Gotcha. Not afraid of heights. I hate planes. They're uncomfortable, and I hate how they have you wait for hours. Planes just make me angry. Oh, okay, yeah, no, like, that's the thing, is, like, for me... Like,
Okay.
like, the water doesn't make me angry, it just scares me.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah. We're fine for now.
Okay, good.
Good to know.
There's some TikTok related drama.
Okay.
That.
Ernest Borgnine is cool, yeah. Or Ernest Borgnine was a Chad to the highest degree.
Zoomer.
If you don't, he's the voice of Mermaid Man. Or, unfortunately passed away a few years ago, but
I know.
Yeah.
Are you taking control of my stream again?
I
that
was
what
just
you're doing?
talking to
that what you're
people in
doing?
chat while you were gone.
How dare you?
No. What do you mean, how dare you?
You monster.
Okay. You are a horrible person. We weren't even testing for that. Zachris asks, why would anyone want TikTok?
I mean, I have a TikTok for history stuff, but it's only because it's popular and I try to use every platform I can.
Yeah.
Did you just snicker at me?
No, I laughed at Pant Till.
Next time you upload a review, I'm not gonna tell anyone about it. How about that?
I was laughing at Pant Till when he said to the invisible boatmobile.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
I was not laughing at you. God,
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
I heard you.
I was laughing at the person saying to the invisible
I think you
boatmobile.
were. I think you were
We
laughing
even
at me.
painted the invisible boatmobile.
I can't even, like, oh god. Those first 3 seasons. Holy moly. I love them.
Favorite West Coast Railroad? Well, I always liked Santa Fe's livery. Like, you know, that classic. I mean, they had probably the most distinctive and classic E and F units just because of that red and silver look. So it's kind of hard for me to not acknowledge them just because of that. Obviously, Union Pacific's been a dominant force for years. So... And they kept, you know... They were nice to their steam engines. That was nice.
What is a camel locomotive versus a camelback locomotive? My friend says they're the same thing.
They aren't. Common misconception. Camelbacks. Camels have regular camel locomotives. I believe the difference is that has the cab on top of the boiler. Camelbacks have the cab integrated into the boiler itself, like around the boiler. That's the difference. Similar concepts, but they are different designs. And camels weren't very popular because they were very top-heavy. Camelbacks saw some more use, but they still had the problem. They both had the problem of having the crews separated, which is a safety issue. So, for the most part, they just didn't really get used, even though they are very distinctive looking. Well, the Fury actually killed a person, so I'm gonna go with the Fury. Hush Hush didn't operate at as high a pressure as the Fury did. It had workability issues, but it didn't actually murder anyone. So I would argue it's kind of hard to beat the Fury in that regard. The Fury was 1800 psi, something ridiculous. I don't think the Hush Hush was above 400, something like that. Which is still high for that era, but not like so high that it was like, what? I have mods for both of them. I could put them on the line, though I'm trying to make a decent railway this run, and kind of the opposite of decent when you do those two. Who?
Oh, there goes Kane.
That's fair.
Like, you were just talking about her last night online. And now you're buddy-buddy with her.
My opinion on the BR UFO, I made a whole video about that. It was dumb for a variety of reasons. Though VR probably had little to do with it. It was probably just one of those, you know, patent whatever. Alright, let's look at a freight line. Let's see if we can get some freight moving. Gotta get some freight moving. Ted, we gotta get some freight moving.
Freight?
Freight.
How do we go about doing that?
I gotta move some freight.
Alright.
You have no idea.
I don't.
You don't.
Josh, you know
don't.
me at this point.
Do I? Have I ever known you at all?
When you put it like that.
Thinking how best to do this. You know, no one's ever made a mod for the T1 in this game, which kind of shocks me.
There goes Duck.
That sounds about right. Does that? Is Kane even still there?
No, he dipped. I don't know if his internet crashed or something.
Did he say anything before he left?
Nope.
Great.
What do you mean, oh great?
Yeah, it could be a lot of things then.
What PRR locomotives do you have?
Well, I have the K4. That's here. K4 might be the only one that anyone bothered to mod in, which it is the most famous one, since they used it for so long, and one of their most... I think that... No, the GG one's here too, duh. Forgot about that. But I'm not at the year when the GG one is available, so it's not an option right now. Let's do a 10-wheeler. Sounds like fun. Listen, sometimes I actually want to play the game properly instead of just making nonsense. There's nothing wrong with wanting to make a decent railway. Even though...
No, you need to keep making the worst railways on the planet.
There's only so many ways I can break the game. I've already made, you know, a rail line into the stratosphere and to the Earth's core. What more do you want from me? I already kind of, like, I've already kind of, you know, scraped the bottom of the barrel of the nonsense I can produce, so... I always thought the UP little switcher steamers were so adorable. They're one of my favorites.
Is there really such a thing as an adorable train?
I mean, you could look at what I'm looking at right now.
Let's see.
They're very cute.
Let's see. Okay, those are actually kind of cute.
See? There you go.
Spirit tracks.
Favorite Union Pacific steam locomotives? Oh god, I mean, I guess the big boy's kind of contractually obligated to be on the list. Obviously I like these. The FEFs are kind of hard to compete with too. Those are really good steam locomotives. Oh yeah, the Challengers are nice. Alright, now we got some freight moving. Let's see about... more freight. We need more freight. We just need more freight. More freight! The freight! There must be more of it!
How do you get more?
I just make more lines. Actually, it just dawned on me, this town also wants bricks. There's no where... Oh, God, do you want bricks too? Everyone wants bricks! Guys are killing me. There's so many bricks I can make. Do I think there will ever be a 3-level passenger train? I mean, not without sufficient need for one. Because my issue with that is, why? Is demand so high that you need that extra space? In the modern day, not really. Especially when they can just, make the train longer if they need to. Generally, that's the first thing they do is just make the train longer. Trains would have to get so long that something like that would be necessary. Bi-levels are usually used in regional service because you can only make the train so long in urban areas because of crossings. But they would have to get to a point where they need something above a bi-level, which would be a tri-level, which, I mean, it's a thing you could do in theory, of course, but it's the matter of, do they need to do that? And I'm not sure whether we'll ever get to the point where that's necessary. And then there's other, engineering challenges that we need to be, worked through to deal with something like that, in terms of the weight, in terms of how top-heavy it would be, because it would have to be pretty tall. Also, you have to worry about, tunnels. Are there any tunnels on the line? How tall is this? Can it fit through the tunnels? This is relevant. Uh-oh. Samu has something to tell me. Do you any tender locals capable of going backwards without the driver to expose himself? Well, in theory, most steam locomotives could go backwards. Not very well, but they could. Cab forwards could do it very well, arguably more easily. It depends on your outlook, I suppose. There were also a handful of prototypes that had double-ended cabs. They never worked super great. Andrew's Rails Bammers mentioned me in his second Q&A video.
Oh,
I have no idea who that is.
let me.
Does he have a positive opinion or a negative opinion? That's kind of where I'm at.
I will. Check.
You know, like, I don't... You know, it's his opinion either way. I'm just, like, legitimately curious now that you have brought this up. Both? He has both? You can't have both. I mean, crocodiles were very successful, so I think it's kind of hard to have a negative opinion of them. Teddy, how's your research going?
Well, his second Q&A video is half an hour long.
Oh.
There are no timestamps, so I can't exactly.
How many subscribers does this guy have?
He has 4.43K.
So he has less than me.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. I mean, he's entitled to, you know. Let me know when you get to what he said. Now, I'm like, honestly, I don't care either way. It's his opinion. You know, he's allowed to like or dislike me. I'm just like, since it was brought up, I'm just kind of curious as to if he has something to say. Say it to my face, coward. Anyway, how would I rank the 3-geared steam locomotives? Oh. You talking about triplexes? What do you mean 3 gears? Because that can be... It depends who you ask. Oh, Shay's Climaxes and Heistlers. Well, there's more than 3. There were more than, but those are kind of the major ones. I mean, Shays are obviously going to be number 1. Shays were incredible. As far as Climax and Heislers, it's hard to choose. They each had their strengths and weaknesses. I would say, if Climaxes were built better, they probably would have been able to outdo Heislers. But the problem with Climaxes is often their build quality was rather poor. That's kind of where I'm stuck with on them. The Hexaplex? Oh god. I mean, I already made a video about that. The Hexaplex is freaking nightmare fuel. Willamets are just rip-off Shays. They barely count as a separate thing. Does he have any timestamps in his video? Dad? Dad? Okay, fine. Ted died. He's dead. He's gone. There's no saving him now. Ah, good. Now you're spamming random numbers again. Excellent. Top speed or pulling power? I mean, it depends on what train it is. If it's a passenger train, you want top speed. But if it's a freight train, pulling power is way more important. So it's kind of a situational sort of thing. You know, in some aspects, I'd just say, why not both? Both is good. Because then you have to remember, like, when it comes to just pulling power, like, okay, this train can pull a lot. Like, yeah, but it also only goes 5 miles an hour. That's not very helpful. You know, it's one of those things.
Okay, I think I found it.
Okay.
He was talking about how your video on the, and forgive me if I'm saying this wrong, the PRRS1 actually ended up changing his thoughts about it, because he initially didn't like it, but then your video helped him to see some of the good sides of it.
Oh!
So there you go.
Well, how's that? Well, wait, he said... Samu said both. I assumed there would be a mixture of opinions, but, that sounds like a positive review, if you ask me.
That was... was just like 15 minutes of me scrolling through trying to find stuff. SP Railfan, I'm not Kane, I'm Teddy.
No, he's not. This is Kane, obviously.
Quite obviously, I make puns, I
that's
like
right.
X-Blades, and I collect obscure Wii games.
Oh, Samus says there's more than that.
Oh, there was more? What else did he say? I only got to, like, about,
Oh, see, you didn't need that. Your poor investigation skills are showing, Ted.
I'm not good with investigating the living, okay?
That's fair. Oh, okay, he doesn't like how I'm mean to British Rail.
Oh, okay.
That's fair. A lot of people get on my case for that sort of thing, but I'm like, then maybe they should have made better diesels.
Ted, be a crappy detective. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not good with investigating the living. That's not my forte.
Yeah, but that's his opinion. That's fine. He's entitled
Yeah.
to it. Sounds like he sounds like he was being polite, right?
Oh, yeah, no, he was. He
Yeah.
sounds like a very nice guy.
Okay,
Just,
well
you
then,
know,
yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. If he disagrees, It's okay.
maybe
I'm not-
British Rail should have stuck to Steven.
It's not my frickin' fault, okay, that the modernization plan was a disaster. I didn't mean that it is clearly their fault that so many of their stupid diesels showed up on my list, okay? I didn't try to do that. It just so happens that they had a lot of really bad ones, okay? Okay. It's not my fault.
You know, I'm glad to be a part of this. I mean, if you make bad products, you get memed on by Hollywood, for example. That is true.
It's not my fault. It's their fault. They did it. It was them. It wasn't me. You can't yell at me for that. How dare I make fun of this factually awful company?
He was also talking about Penn Central, weirdly enough, in that video.
Well, I'm about to have a video about them. Penn Central was a freaking disaster.
He was talking about how bad they were.
Yeah, if this is a British versus American thing, I in no way pretend that Penn Central was anything but absolute trash. Like, I'm not gonna act just because I'm an American. It doesn't mean I'm gonna be like, well, actually, no, they were awful. It was horrible. No actuallys, nothing of the sort. They were terrible. I have a video going live to the public next week. It's uploaded for members right now about Penn Central and everything they did wrong, which was a lot.
Definitely sounds like it.
The reason why Penn Central hasn't appeared on any of my lists is that, generally speaking, the locomotives they used were actually fine. Like, they had E units, they had F units, they had, more modern EMD hood units, they had GG1s. Like, the locomotives they actually had on their roster were good. That wasn't the issue. It was them. It was their management. It was, the way they used them. The trains, the locomotives themselves were totally fine. Totally serviceable. Totally, acceptable pieces of, hardware. They just sucked at everything else.
Unless you want a bad time. No. Don't spam Sans in the chat, please. Guys,
We're
chill,
gonna have a
please.
bad time.
Yeah, please, guys, chill.
We're gonna have a bad time!
I get.
It's
the
time
joke,
to have a
guys.
bad time, Ted!
Guys, I get it with the joke, but please chill.
No, they've been doing that a lot lately. It's fine. Let them go.
Okay.
As
then
long as they're having
I-
fun, I really don't care.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know if that was something that I should keep an eye on. Just making sure. You know something, Josh? You got a pretty nice community here.
I try. And I'm also trying to figure out how to line this up.
Oh yeah, no, Arturo, I didn't know the whole, spam Sans thing was a thing, so
Well, they've been
apologies for
spamming
that.
whatever lately, but to be
Yeah,
honest,
but
active chats
yeah.
are good for the algorithm. They could be spamming.
Yeah,
They could be, maybe this will be more familiar to your Zoomer brain. Poggers.
Shut up.
Your Zoomer brain
also-
knows what poggers is.
But yeah, just don't start spamming links, because then I think links are banned in chat, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't think the chat will allow links. I think they will instantly get rejected just because they're links.
Yeah, so I would not recommend doing
Yeah,
that.
just don't. Yeah, I mean, you're not. It's not really gonna hurt anything because no one will see it.
Fair. Nobody, my mom, being in your room. Nobody blank. My mom, being in your room all the time means you'll become a serial killer. What is your mom talking about?
Yeah, Ted. We all know. Where did you hide the bodies?
You'll never find them.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. That was honestly legitimately horrifying the way you did that.
I've been watching a lot of horror stuff recently, so I'm getting into that kind of a thing. Teddy Fazbear. No. He has dead people. No. For legal reasons, no.
There's always
Does this-
so much blood.
Does this make Teddy sus now? It's funny you say that, Samu, because I call my subscribers suspects, so... you know...
Really? You have a special name for your subs?
Yeah! It's like the VTuber thing. It's like making, like...
You are
giving
not
your
a VTuber!
Says you. Everyone spam Teddy Fazbear. No!
You asked for it.
I walked right into that. No. I love you guys. Darkness is kinda a VTuber. The closest I remember Josh being a VTuber was that one time when Ram was messing up his PC while trying to record that one "If I touch a ring, the Sonic game changes" challenge, and it legitimately pixelated his face cam to the point where he looked like a giant blob, and then Zachris made him some art of that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really call me a VTuber because on streams it's just me.
Yeah, I actually have a model and rigging and everything. Oh god.
I don't really do the whole
God.
VTuber thing because I don't see a reason. I have literally no conceivable purpose in my mind to do that. It's like, don't you want to be why though? I'm just me. I don't have a reason to hide who I really am.
Yeah, fair. The layout on screen kind of reminds me, though. Well, I mean, like, a layout doesn't entirely mean, like, VTubing. Like, streamers have their own layout all the time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kane made this.
yeah, because, surprisingly enough, he actually is really good when it comes to graphic.
The subs and donations is like that's just normal streamer stuff. Like
Yeah.
it's not just VTubing. Like streamers have done that for years. Speaking of donation, no. No, if you want to be on that tag thing, it's the button in the description, not the in chat one, because YouTube doesn't acknowledge that one. Well, the Twitch, the Streamlabs doesn't acknowledge that one. That's just YouTube. I mean, whatever. You don't have to do it. It's whatever. I'm gonna stop talking now before I get myself into trouble. Be like, see, you're only in it for the money, aren't you? It's not about the rail lines. It's not about the history with you, is it, Darkness? It's about the money.
Why do you sound like...
Just like you, Ted, you're only in it for the money.
Why do you sound like Steve Bloom if he was a rail fan? He's not in it for the rails. He's in it for...
What's the matter, Ted?
Nothing. I'm just thinking.
That's always a mistake.
I mean, to be fair...
Stop thinking and give in to the infinite abyss of nothingness.
Why does Darkness sound like a young version of Walter White? What?
I am not a meth dealer. I make my money in legitimate ways. Though I am a cancer patient! Which I don't bring up very often.
Ted, what software do you use to run your VTuber and what file format is your VTuber model? I don't remember what file format it is, but in order to run my VTuber, I just use the standard version of VTube Studio that's available on Steam. Honestly, like, that's not going to be, like, the main issue if you want to get into VTubing. Like, you need to actually, like, because VTubing is an expensive thing to invest in. It's not just the model, like, if you want a good background and stuff like that, like, that is a lot of money.
Don't worry, guys. I've been in remission for a few years. I'm alright. Presumably.
Yeah. Oh, not me myself. I ask as a 3D generalist. Oh yeah, no. I don't use a 3D model. I use a 2D one. I can confirm VTubing costs a lot of money. Yeah. I feel really bad for the person who made my last asset that I used.
I'll put a crocodile here. Why not? People like the crocodile. Never smile at a Why do you feel bad?
Because... so, the last thing that I got commissioned for my VTubing stuff was, like, the background of, you know, Hetty's detective agency.
Uh-huh.
And the artist who did it, is this really sweet and awesome artist. She's very nice. There was a problem. When she was making that, in the middle of working on it, her files got corrupted, and she basically had to start the entire thing from scratch. Gross. Yeah, and it like I was like, please tell me none of your other stuff got corrupted, and she was like, no, it was just your stuff, and I was like, I mean, like, I'm glad nothing else got corrupted, but I'm really sorry to hear that. So,
it's all your fault, Ted.
I just appear to have really bad luck.
I hope you gave her a tip.
I did. I'm pretty sure I did. If I didn't, I just got paid. I could probably just go get her a coffee or something. Like coffee isn't like the tipping thing that like a lot of artists use. You know, like buy me a coffee and it's a KO-FI.
Oh, I was like, you can ask her on a date? What? I had no idea what you were talking about.
No, we don't even live on the same continent. She lives in England, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. Ted is really a talking black cat like in Hocus Pocus. I mean, I've actually never seen Hocus Pocus. Not gonna lie.
The internet wants to know your location, Ted.
I probably just made every single person in the chat angry by saying that. It's on my list, guys. I'll be probably trying to watch it this Halloween. I did technically watch it, like, in pieces, because it was on in the break room of my last job, but I was only in there for 15 minutes at a time, so... I have little to no clue what that Hocus Pocus thing is. Is it a movie? Yes. It is an old movie from, I believe, the 80s or 90s about witches.
It's from the late 90s, you idiot!
I don't remember
80s?
I don't remember when exactly it was released, okay?
How old
Give
do
me
you
a break.
think we are?
I don't know! God! Give me a break!
No! I will not give you a break!
Okay.
I'm gonna summon Big Bertha.
Disney is cringe. I mean,
You're cringe. Sorry.
nah. In all seriousness, Disney's Disney. It's just, you know, it's cool. Yeah. Ooh, yes, Big Berths or Bertha. Jesus Christ.
Big Berths. Teddy likes big berths.
See, the problem is I
Don't. Just let it go. Just let it go. Just let it go. Tell your brain
late.
there's nothing. What are you? Don't look that up. That's a terrible idea.
A ship's allotted place at a wharf or dock. Okay.
Oh, BE. Okay, well.
Yeah, I know what birth. Oh my God.
I was
No.
just exactly. That's where my brain went.
Don't spam big births. You guys are. You guys. Big Bertha, more like Big Shot.
Big Chungus.
Oh my God.
Don't you want
guys.
to, Ted? Don't you want to be a big shot?
I mean, I
Don't you
know.
want to be a big shot?
No. Usually, every time I hear somebody described as a
We're
big
gonna
shot,
be
they
a big,
always
big
turn
shot.
out to.
Be a big shot.
Usually, whenever I hear somebody described as a big shot, they always turn out to be a jerk.
Yeah, but they're a big shot. They're allowed to be a jerk when you're a big shot. That's the rule of big shottery. I mean, Teddy, haven't you ever heard of hyperlinked blocked?
Hyperlinked block.
Hyperlink blocked!
Yeah.
Ted's never played the game. He doesn't know the references.
Oh, is that a reference to a game?
See, that's what I mean. You don't know what we're talking about. It's Deltarune.
Oh. Yeah, I've never played either Undertale or Deltarune.
Sean the non-believer.
It's not that I'm a non-believer, I just haven't gotten around
Sean.
to it. Oh my lord.
Sean.
The internet wants to know your location. Really? Really?
Will Silent Hills ever be revived? No. No.
I honestly, I would never bet on that.
Give up hope.
Konami-
Just give up. It's not happening.
Yeah, like Konami at this point, I feel is about as interested in making anything anything related to Silent Hill as I don't know. They're not interested in making anything related to Silent Hill unless it's like a pachinko machine. I wish Kirby 64 got a remake.
Oh shoot, that was dumb of
What?
me.
Well, what happened?
Well, I might be able to work that out actually. Put the wrong kind of station here, but I can combine the two. Hold on.
Oh. For a second, I thought you said you'd be out of work, and I'm like, what happened? Kirby is a very interesting game series. It's probably like the most innocent game series I can think of offhand.
It was designed for new gamers.
Was it really?
Yeah. You wanted to make an easy game that wouldn't make, you know,
Go on.
sorry,
Oh.
my girlfriend's yelling really loud.
Okay. Well, Kirby is a very, excuse me. Yeah, no, Kirby is just a ball of cuteness.
I'm gonna go check on her.
Go ahead. Hey, Kane.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
How goes the stuff?
Well, Josh just left to check on Ashley, so...
Gotcha.
Other than that, it's your standard fare for a stream.
Lots of trains.
Yeah! Kirby has an angel in the style of how they are described in the Bible. What?
What now?
We were talking about Kirby before you showed up.
Talking about what?
Kirby,
Ah, yes, Kirby.
the game character.
Yep. I know Kirby. I'm very familiar.
Are you really?
Considering that for a while Kirby was one of my favorite NES games of all time, and I love the Game Boy version, and King DDD is probably my favorite Kirby character.
Huh. I had no idea.
I love DDD. He's great.
I just had no idea you liked Kirby in general.
It's a lot harder for me to like nowadays, I feel. It's
But
it's a
the
game
streams
that I
have-
enjoyed as a child, but having grown up, it just doesn't really fit my usual criteria of what I find engaging, which is
Gotcha.
really unfortunate, because they're all really good games, but it's similar to Mario in that regard.
Oh, good lord.
is everything okay?
More TikTok drama.
TikTok is drama.
Oh, hi, Kane!
What's the huh?
Hello.
Okay. Hi, sorry.
Where'd
No,
you go, man?
I went to get food.
Oh. Teddy didn't know where you went.
You usually say something before you head out.
Yeah, I usually do, but I just went to go get food.
Yeah,
I don't
she got involved in some TikTok drama, and now I guess this one girl found out about that they were talking smack about her, and she's threatening to talk about all their boyfriends and husbands, which includes me. And I'm like, but she doesn't actually know me at all. And my girlfriend's like, I know. I'm like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk smack about him. He makes video game reviews on the internet.
Shh. Yes. You got me.
Yep. That's
You're
right.
not allowed to like
Got
things
him.
on the internet. Got him.
Yeah, it's she wanted to be involved in the tea 'cause she thinks it's, you know, it's fun, and she didn't really do anything wrong. She was just kind of listening, but now she's involved, and now this one chick is like apparently just absolutely out of her mind, and just threatening to dox all of them, and like just it's a total freaking shit show. I know I swore there, but I don't even care right now. It's just like that's what it is.
That sounds like it would be.
Is.
Huh? Well, that's what.
You just accurately described TikTok as a platform.
Yeah. Fair assessment. I know. I just. God.
I mean, I remember, like, back when I first heard about TikTok, and I'm like, what is this thing? And it was just literally a,
It's
just
just
like
worse
a...
musically.
Wouldn't you, was it musically?
It
that
was.
Vine?
They got. Well, it was. Well, yes, Vine, but after that there was Musically, and then Musically got bought and renamed to TikTok. And it's been TikTok ever since, but basically, because anybody with minimal effort can put something on the platform, it means that a lot of idiots and scammers and just trash are on there.
And understand that in a lot of ways, that was YouTube.
It was.
They made a platform worse than YouTube.
Well, YouTube cracked down on the stuff. Plus, YouTube takes actual effort.
Yeah.
You know.
A lot more effort than TikTok.
Yeah, and you know, here we are. So yeah, that's a fun thing that's happening now, and I'm like, oh, okay, I really don't need this, but whatever. I'm not really that worried about it because I don't think this person is nearly as popular as she thinks she is. It's one of those deals.
I'm gonna stick all of my 200 followers on you.
Something like that,
and like,
yeah.
and like half of those people.
Teddy, come on, that's mean.
What?
We all know she has no more than 10.
Exactly.
In other news, the Flying Scotsman is among us.
Also, holy crap, I had no idea Gabriel Iglesias was in this movie. Now I definitely have to go see it. Have you guys seen any of the movie trailers for the movie Paws of Fury: The Legend of Hank?
Yes, actually, there were some trailers of that when I took my parents to go see Sonic 2.
Yeah, Gabriel Iglesias is in it.
I actually was really interested in it because despite its very strange premise, I actually thought it looked very humorous. Also because they got
I don't see how it's a strange premise.
I don't know, it looked weird to me.
It looks like Kung Fu Panda. What the hell? I don't see why that's a strange premise.
I mean...
Just saying, you have a weird definition of weird premise.
Fair point.
The definitely one of the most notable voices in there for certain that they really put forward was Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, he plays like this cat who's like a samurai master or some crap like that.
Yeah, he's like the main samurai master guy that Hank is trying to train with.
Yeah.
It looks pretty entertaining. I'm definitely gonna check it out, especially knowing that Gabriel Iglesias is in it, because he's my favorite comedian.
Yeah. Tyler Green, I would love to picture that. Problem being, I have zero idea what you're talking about.
What?
He was like, hey Ted, picture a model of the, I'm gonna butcher this pronunciation, Breitsperbon?
Brightspabon.
Britsperbon, thank you.
Brightspabon.
Brightsperbon, thank you. But the gauge is 2 to 3 times the width of G-scale train tracks. That would truly be big chungus. Tyler Green, I appreciate that, but oh my god, I do not know anything about what you just said.
My friends don't watch my videos because they think I'm lame.
That's not.
Bruh. Like how people say the secret life of pets is like Toy Story, but with pets.
As you know, I've watched some of your video game reviews. Oh wait.
Yeah.
We're just... Kane and Teddy, get out of here. No! He's stuck with us. Do you think anyone has made an accurate island
Yes.
of the... Do you think anybody's made an accurate map of the island of Sodor with this game?
You know, I never checked.
I feel like with enough time, probably somebody either has or will.
It's hard to make an accurate map of Sodor because I'm not sure it's ever been properly mapped out.
Yeah.
I would
Like,
rather
I know
make
there's,
an
like-
I would rather make an accurate map of the island of Korodai.
Or else you will die.
Yeah.
You dare bring light to my lair, you must die!
that.
What are those?
Those are the faces of evil.
Why? Who carved those?
Someone who's evil.
And you all
Why
just
that hard to
and you all just live around them?
Yes. It
Why don't
makes
you just
perfect
take 'em
sense if
down?
you don't think about it at all. Like, shut up.
Why don't
At
you
least-
just take them down?
At least when it comes to, like, excuse me. When it comes to, like, other examples I can think of, like, people living near something incredibly dangerous in the Zelda universe, like, at least with Death Mountain's case, usually the only things that ever, like, you know, lived near there were the Gorons, and that's because, number one, they eat rocks, so that it's basically an all-you-can-eat buffet there, and number two, their bodies are built to withstand extreme heat.
Not actually true. No, the first
What?
one anyway. It's not an all-you-can-eat buffet per se. They actually have to go into the mines and get the rocks that they like to eat.
Okay, well, yeah, but still, like, you know, in terms of, like, places to get good rocks, and creatures that eat rocks, you know, like, that's about as good of a matchup as you're gonna get in terms of, like, what people eat in the Zelda universe. At least with, like, the Forest Haven and the Forbidden Woods and Wind Waker, they're separated by 2 different islands. If Sodor existed, all engines included, who would you want to visit, or would you be too worried about all the accidents that happen?
I saw.
I would want to visit, sure. I mean, technically speaking, no one gets killed on Sodor.
Yeah, they always say, you know, like, and thankfully, no one was hurt.
Yeah, well, the driver and fireman jumped clear or something. Like, it's, you know, for kids, so no one... So, like, I don't have to really... I feel like I wouldn't really have to worry about dying.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess in making Sodor, they kind of had to establish, like, yeah, nobody dies. Don't worry, nobody dies.
Where is this? What is it?
It's the island that Thomas the Tank Engine is set on.
Yes.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, and somebody was like, if you would like to, if you were ever to go visit there, like, who would you like to visit? Who would you like to, you know, like where would you go? You know, stuff like that.
The newest Thomas the Tank Engine reboot, the end of the track.
Oh my god.
Shut up, Kane.
Everyone
make-
died. That's the surprise ending.
Yeah, they just make like a really like
End of the
bloody-
line.
They make a really like bloody and gory and like swearing version of Thomas the Tank Engine.
Okay, no, real talk though, there was supposed to be, and I believe it got canceled, but there was development on a Thomas the Tank Engine movie that was supposed to be set during World War II.
Oh my god.
Why?
I mean, that's really the only information we have, that it was going to be a little darker. But they decided no.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, the most interesting thing about it is that its subtitle was like really weird too. They were gonna call it Days of Ruin.
no,
Very weird.
no, they weren't. No, they.
Staying with fictional engines and railways, which one do you most? Which was a real place? I mean, not a real place, but I really would love it if Polar Express was actually real.
Teddy just wishes Santa was real.
I mean, like, hey, I get invited to go onto a train, take, like, a giant, like, ride across the world, and, you know, go see Santa Claus, drinking hot cocoa and seeing dancing elves and performances and stuff. Like, that sounds awesome.
Teddy just wants to sit on Santa's lap, like he did when he was a small boy. But Santa's not real. And he cries about it every day.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes
Teddy, you're like, what, 28? No, I'm 22. But still, shut up. I like the Polar Express. I've literally...
It's a classic story and a pretty good. It's a pretty good film.
No, it's not!
There's really nothing wrong with it.
Yes.
Josh, you're outnumbered 2-1 here.
I know what both of you are into. Your tastes mean your opinion has very little weight with me.
What am I into that... What am I into that would give, like, no weight to this entire conversation?
You're a basic bitch, and Teddy's and Kane's a weirdo.
Swearing.
But not inaccurate.
I mean, no, it's not inaccurate.
Look, all I'm saying is that Polar Express is a harmlessly fun, family-friendly Christmas movie. I don't see anything wrong with any of that.
Why does the train skate across the ice, Kane?
The train skates across the ice. That invalidates the whole point of the movie because the train skates on
It kinda does!
Oh my god.
I play Spirit Tracks, okay?
Josh,
Realism is not exactly something I'm worried about in this mystical...
Josh,
It's so dumb!
Josh, it's a story about a train that takes kids to see Santa Claus.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
really-
You know
are
what? And you know what? And they had to make it all actiony and nonsense. Like, first of all, who in the heck built the tracks onto the lake?
I don't know, but also if you really want to go there, the original Polar Express book was only like 40 pages long.
Yeah,
had
and why
very
make it a
little
movie at all at that point, Ted?
I mean, they still kept the good message of the movie going on throughout the movie. Like, it's...
I think that it not being a movie is not the problem. More or less, I think the bigger issue is if it's such a short book. Oh, excuse me. Why not just compress it into like a half-hour, 45-minute short or something?
Because they wanted to make money off of it.
And to
I
be
mean, I
fair,
get
there
that.
Well, but also to be fair, like, other Chris Van Allsburg books have had the same thing happening. I mean, Jumanji came out, like, almost a decade before the Polar Express, and that was also a very short book.
But they had Robin Williams.
They did, and I'm not saying...
Jumanji
Yeah,
is
and I'm-
also an incredibly good movie.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that, you know, and I'm not saying that, that Jumanji's a bad movie. In fact, I think it's an amazing movie. It's just, like, it had the same thing where they kind of had to add, like, a bunch of stuff into the movie in order to, like, extend its runtime to fit, you know, an hour and a half, you know? It's like, I'm not, like, saying that...
It's harmless at worst.
Yeah.
It harmed
again,
me.
like,
It harmed my soul.
Well, then...
Listen, as
Oh,
someone who's had his soul harmed with Warrior Within, I'm not sure if extending
Are
the
you
movie-
on about Warrior Within again? How dare you bring that up at a time like this?
Hey, Josh.
What? There you are.
Your stream cut out.
Oh, yeah, you cut out.
I think
Jumanji
that's
versus...
internet.
I think your internet.
There we go.
This is
Jumanji-
your fault, Kane.
Okay, no, that was probably mine.
How dare you silence me?
Yeah, Jumanji versus Zethra, absolutely Jumanji.
That's not even a question. That's not even a question. Like, Zathura
no.
was not a very good movie.
I mean, like, I have some childhood nostalgia for it, but I do fully acknowledge the fact that Jumanji is a far better movie.
It is. I haven't even seen Zathura.
Neither have I. I just heard nothing but bad things. It was just Jumanji. Why does that keep happening?
I don't know.
I blame you, Ted. You're trying to silence me in my opinions.
Yes, Cole Phelps. Zethra is a movie about a board game that sends these two brothers' houses into space. There was a problem I have with it, which I only really discovered recently, which is just the fact that I don't think the actors had any chemistry together, whereas the chemistry between, like, you know, Kirsten Dunst and Robin Williams and, you know, all the people in Jumanji was really good. And then, like, the actors in Zethra just really didn't have any...
I'm not even sure if it was the same movie company that made Zathura, was it?
I don't know.
Because that would explain the sheer difference in quality. If it was a different director and if it was the same director, it would have had similar quality to Jumanji, I would have thought. But if it was a different set, then I would get it.
Well, let me look this up, because I just want to be sure. Okay, so Jumanji was made by...
I mean, it's whatever. It's not a big deal, but that's more my point. That, like, I understand why Jumanji's better.
Yeah, so,
It doesn't matter.
Jumanji was made by TriStar Pictures and Sony Pictures Releasing, and Zethura.
And Zathura was made by your mom!
No, it was actually made by Columbia Pictures.
I like how you took that very seriously. You were like, no, it's not my mother. My mother didn't do that.
So I've gotten so used to...
She'd make a better movie!
I've gotten so used to hearing about that. Zethra did provide the chance to see Bella from Twilight get preemptively have an aerosol flame. Yeah, that did happen, actually.
I feel so bad for all the actors of Twilight because nobody understands that the problem in movie acting, voice acting, and any of that kind of acting is that it's never the actor's fault.
She's not a bad actress!
Yeah!
I've seen her in other stuff! She's not a bad actress!
Yeah!
I actually saw her very recently in a movie called Underwater, and she was great in that movie.
I still want to see that movie.
It's great, honestly. I feel so bad because it basically got screwed over because it released in theaters right around when COVID first started becoming a problem.
Oh. Because it looked really cool.
It is. It's, again, like, I have serious thalassophobia, and that movie, like, freaked me out.
I just like Jumanji.
Everyone likes Jumanji, Kane. It's okay.
I don't know a single person who doesn't like Jumanji.
Me! No, not even me.
I even liked the new ones.
I heard the new ones were actually really good.
I also, like,
They were
I remember...
They were very different, that's for certain. But I did really like what they did with it.
I think that was probably a good call to make them different because you couldn't redo the original Jumanjis. It's just not a thing that was going to happen.
Yeah, and I think I remember in an interview, even Dwayne Johnson even himself said, like, you know, I don't want to even try to compare myself with Robin Williams.
One of my favorite things from that movie, it's such a small reference, so I guess spoilers for anyone who wants to know it. When they're in the game, and they find another person trapped inside the game, this guy is living in like this treehouse area, and they never address it. They never say it out loud, but if you look in the background, you can see a little sign with the name Alan Parrish scratched into it.
Yeah, that was a really... I heard about that reference. That was a really nice touch.
Yeah.
That is actually really nice. Jumanji is a movie about guys getting teleported to a game. Sort of. That's the new movies. The old movie was literally just about like a board game. You roll the dice, and every time you roll the dice, something would come out of the game and essentially try to kill you. There was one instance of a dude getting sucked into the game, and it was Alan, because he rolled...
Alan.
Oh my god! Enough with the Jurassic Park 3.
Never.
Never.
But yeah, in the original movie, he rolled the dice, and the game said
you must wait till the dice
until the dice
five
were
or
five or in. And then he got stuck in the game for 26 years until those two kids came along and ended up freeing him accidentally. Anyone remember the Jumanji cartoon? Yes, I love that show.
I preferred the Mummy cartoon.
What?
I remember that one too.
Wait a minute. There was a Mummy cartoon?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Okay, you have my attention now. Was it actually good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. That's actually
Interestingly
really cool.
enough.
My one issue with the Jumanji cartoon is that I honestly think it's one of the ugliest cartoons I've seen.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can agree. Honestly, it weirdly enough, it reminds me of like the kind of stuff that like Klasky Supsko, however you pronounce that, did on Nickelodeon in like the
I have no idea what's going on with my connection right now.
Pretty gross.
Yes!
Josh, do you remember the Jumanji cartoon's art style, Josh?
No, I don't.
I posted a pic in VC text chat so you can see it, because I think it's so ugly.
Oh, I remember that now. Yeah, it was distinctive.
Yeah.
I never disliked the
we
art
gotta,
style.
We gotta talk about the two children whose eyes are at the side of their faces.
I never disliked the art style. Also, up until very recently, I didn't know that Alan in that cartoon was voiced by the same dude who voices Patrick the Starfish.
Nice.
And I have a very strong, like, nostalgia for that cartoon. I marathoned through it at least twice.
I did watch it growing up, but I wasn't really invested in it, to be honest. It felt very not Jumanji, ironically, to me.
Well, because it's different from the actual, like, movie, because that is...
Okay, it's not that it's different. It's not because it's different, because the new movies are different, and I like those. My issue with the Jumanji cartoon is that it felt very... Alright, time to go into the game! But that's not what the game does. Yes, but we're going into the game! But
Why would you want to do that?
Because
Have you seen the size of the mosquitoes there?
So on their first, basically the whole plot of the cartoon is that in the first episode they'd run into Alan, who's been stuck there for 23 years, and they're like, we're gonna get him out, and the whole rest of the show is essentially just a giant, like, monster of the week type episode deal trying to get Alan out of Jumanji.
Just roll the friggin' dice.
No, because that's not how the game works in the show. In the show, it works like it gives you a clue to help you complete your turn, then and then you get sucked into the game.
I hate it.
He hates it.
Now, do you remember when you called Paws of Fury: The Legend of Hank a weird concept?
Yes.
The Jumanji cartoon is way weirder than that movie ever has or will be. Because I've never seen something so like missing the point of the film and rolling with it so hardcore. like, that's what bugs me about it. Because, like, first and foremost, Outland's already out. So, they're completely ignoring the events of the film, which is already something that kind of annoys me.
To be fair, a lot of cartoons do that. When,
Yeah.
when it comes to those kind of movie cartoons, I mean, the Mummy show also kind of completely ignored the films a little bit.
I think, to be fair, the Mummy cartoon did a lot more to differentiate itself into, like there's, like, the bracelet.
Yeah, that's true.
There was a lot that made it feel like it had its own identity apart from the film, but, like, Jumanji? It's Jumanji. I mean, what other identity are you going to have? It's Jumanji. Like, you know what I mean? It's like...
How about the extreme Ghostbusters cartoon that aired in 1997? That cartoon is amazing.
And it's also canon.
Mm-hmm.
I've never really seen it, nor cared to.
It was essentially like Egon
what was it called
training
again? The real Ghostbusters?
the extreme Ghostbusters.
Oh, you're talking about the extreme? That's different than from the one he's talking about.
You know, the real Ghostbusters is also great.
They're-
Like, the extreme, but I have a likeness towards the extreme Ghostbusters as well. Then again,
Some
like,
people didn't like the extreme compared to the real.
I mean, either way, like, I can understand why, because, I mean, like, really the only two people, as far as I know, that actually, like, make an appearance from the original cartoon are Egon and Janine.
No, the original cast does show up for at least one special.
Okay.
Because they have to help the new team fight a really major threat.
Well, yeah, because the new team is a bunch of teenagers. It's like-
No, they're college students.
Well, okay, well, college students, yeah.
I just never got enough into Ghostbusters to care about watching the cartoons.
Same.
I did.
We know.
No.
God, we know. Lord knows we know.
I watched the
Cartoon
first
Cat,
two
oh
movies.
god.
That's about it.
In B&H Railroad history, why do you have to bring up Cartoon Cat?
What the hell's
Why?
Cartoon Cat?
So, there's
We can talk about the Slimer show. You want to talk about the Slimer show?
You know, do you know, Siren
How about
Head?
Slimer and the real Ghostbusters?
Oh my god.
Let's talk about Slimer!
You know about Siren Head.
He's obviously the best character!
Oh my god.
Slimer!
Gosh.
Yeah?
Do you know about Siren Head?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
I know who Siren Head is.
Cartoon Cat is another monster that was made by the same dude who made Siren Head.
Yeah.
He's basically, if you took, like, an old black and white cartoon cat, gave it, like, an extremely, like, photorealistic mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, made him, like, 11 feet tall and had him stalk people and eat people.
Okay, why? Why are we doing this?
Because B&H Railroad History started spamming Cartoon Cat in the chat, and I'm like, don't make me think of that thing.
So it's his fault.
It looks freaky as shit, and I hate it.
You said a bad word.
Like, you haven't, like, more than me this entire stream.
No, I'm pretty sure you said more than me.
Yes, Trevor Henderson, otherwise known as Slimy Swamp Ghost. He's an incredibly talented horror artist.
I like Ghostbusters 1.
I mean, it's my favorite movie of all time, so...
Pretty good stuff.
I love the first two movies, didn't like the reboot, and I loved Afterlife. That's about it. I love the cartoons as well, and that's about it. What else can I say?
So to go back real quick, I guess, just as a side note for this, the biggest issue that I have with the Jumanji cartoon series is that every single episode is them getting sucked into the board game, and that's just not what that board game... Excuse me. That's not what that board game was ever about. It is the cheapest marketing ploy to make a cartoon series happen that I've ever seen, and I don't think the art style is very good at all.
I mean...
Is he wrong?
He's not.
Honestly, I would have rather them have made a Zathura cartoon series. Because at least no one knows about Zathura, and you you like that would have fit the theme way more than Jumanji. Because at least with Zathura, the house is in space, and you could like travel around in a spaceship house, visiting different planets and doing stuff. Would have been
That is fair.
way more sense.
But Jumanji's more popular.
I agree.
Cash
Also,
in!
Yep. I think Legend of Zelda would have made a better full-length cartoon.
Oh, here we go with the Zelda cartoon again.
No, I just think with the idea of like adventures and everything happening, it would fit way more than Jumanji.
Well, excuse me!
Princess.
I unironically adore that cartoon so much. It's so bad, it's good. It's the best Zelda cartoon ever made.
What's the most obscure cartoon?
It's the only one, Kane!
We
Which
got
by
a question.
default makes it the best.
Guys, we got a question in chat. What is the most obscure cartoon / movie / TV show that you love but no one else does, let alone ever heard of it?
I have an answer to this question.
Code Lyoko.
That's not obscure, you get out of here!
No, nobody knows about it anymore.
Anymore is kind of.
I got a way more obscure answer to that question.
Do
Okay,
it.
go ahead. Fire away.
I'm sorry, I'm just like, my brain just went back to it, and I'm like, oh god, it's so...
What is it?
It's called Extreme Dinosaur.
I know about that.
First of all, the show's music is top-notch, and the show is ridiculous, but boy howdy, it's pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
Am I the only...
I don't know. Because I can't say Code Lyoko because that was pretty big for a while.
Okay, fine. So I have to pick something that isn't Code Lyoko?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Cartoon, movie, TV show. God. You know, I did have one. Because nobody really talks about it anymore. I love the crap out of the Speed Racer movie.
That's not obscure.
Kane, I want you to realize something. That movie flopped so hard at the box office, and nobody talks about it anymore.
What movie?
The Speed Racer movie.
That's not obscure.
Oh my god, you negative picky Nancys. Okay, fine.
I'm not really surprised Teddy doesn't have an obscure answer, because most of what he's into is not really obscure.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec.
Somewhat obscure. I mean, there was a horror movie that was released about a year or two ago that during like COVID lockdowns. It was called The Vigil, I believe. I'm gonna look this up just so I'm not getting the name wrong. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. It was a horror movie that was released back in 2019, and it was about a dude who goes to, you know, a vigil, and, you know, has to stay overnight in a creepy house, and it turns out that the dude who died brought something over with him from across the pond.
What pond?
The ocean.
Well, why'd he do that?
Because he did it unknowingly.
Pretty bad call.
I mean, yeah, considering it ended up killing him, so yeah, there you go. No, but if you ever get the chance, I highly recommend watching The Vigil. It's an amazingly good horror movie. Could you count Lake Mungo as obscure as well? I feel like that's not as obscure nowadays as it was back when, back when it first released.
Like, what?
Lake Mungo.
The hell are you talking about?
Lake Mungo was an Australian horror movie about it was done in like a mockumentary kind of style where it was about a family who's supposedly being haunted by the ghost of their dead daughter who ended up drowning.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have let her drown.
And it is an insanely amazing horror film. Problem being, up until very recently, there wasn't exactly a great way to own it. But I believe it got a re-release on Second Sight Films. And yeah, and now it's available on Blu-ray, and it's great. Anybody who's a fan of ghost stories, I would highly recommend it. Anyone here heard of Ricochet from 1991?
I've got it.
Ricochet.
Man.
Go ahead, what is it?
Monsuno.
Monsuno.
Everyone, and I mean everyone, wrote it off as, quote, a cheap Pokemon knockoff, and nothing else. And it flopped so hard that I am absolutely shocked that it got 3 seasons. But it got canceled shortly after that. And no one remembers Monsuno, but I love it so much. It's so fun to listen. It's so fun to watch. The theme songs are really fun to listen to, even if they're kind of cringy, I guess. But I love it. It's just that kind of fun. I love it.
But is it a Pokemon ripoff?
I mean, if we're gonna go there, Pokemon's a ripoff of Shin Megami Tensei 92, and Pokemon came out in 96. So being a monster trainer does not mean you're a Pokemon knockoff. Like, that's always that's the biggest thing that always grinds my gears. It's like every time it happens every time. Happens every single time. And I'm like, you people are aware that what you're telling me is that Call of Duty is a ripoff of Halo. That's what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying right now. And I just
No, you're in danger territory with that remark.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like referring to every single referring to every single thing in a genre as a ripoff of something else is really stupid, when the fact of the matter is, when it's in that same genre, there's obviously going to be similarities, and enough that people are going to try and play that card. It's not a good card to play. Don't do that.
Yeah, Digimon's such a ripoff of Pokemon.
Yeah, I know, and that was the worst one, because they both end in Mon. Like, God. It's just terrible. As a fun fact, as much as everyone pokes fun at that, can I just point out the fact that I think it's probably the reverse in terms of, quote, who ripped off who? Because in Japan, Pokemon is called Pocket Monsters. We shortened it to Pokemon when we brought it over here. Digimon has always been called Digimon, even in Japan.
So
I just
it's
think
your
that's
fault.
hilarious. But honestly, I do think that Monsuno is probably closer to Digimon. But yeah, I like it. It's fun. It's not like some kind of mystical work of art that should be viewed by everyone, but it's a cheesy anime adaptation for a bunch of toys. I dig it. It's fun. On that note, what is a series that you love that was popular that never got a DVD release?
See, I don't keep track of DVD releases, so I don't even have an answer to that.
Mega Man.
You just wanted to segue into that problem.
I cried. Every day I cry myself just knowing that I don't own Mega Man Access DVDs. And that I'm missing a $250 copy of Volume 4 for NT Warrior.
Is that really how much it costs? I think you've told me that, but I'm still like, what?
Yeah. I found one for $80 on eBay a couple days ago, but I don't even know if that's complete. There was only one image of it, and I'm not going to risk $80 on a maybe.
It might be a really solid maybe, though.
It kind of was, but I'm also like...
So you're saying there's a chance?
Capcom... Just put the series on YouTube, dang it. Give us subtitles. Give us the episodes that we missed, and just let us enjoy the Mega Man anime. Come on. You're bringing out... You're literally bringing out the Legacy Collection next year. This would be a great bit of promotion to upload the entirety of the .exe anime up onto YouTube for everyone to watch. That would be such good promotion for this for this Legacy Collection.
Yeah, but what if they've got to have money?
Indeed. How mean of them for wanting money.
Yeah, it's almost like companies need money to exist.
What I get annoyed about is this simple fact. If you do not have enough money to continuously release this product, then just give it away.
Oh, no. That's not happening.
Why not?
Because it's theirs! It's their property!
And? They can't do anything with it.
This isn't a frickin' charity, Kane!
Oh, I'm sorry, the Mega Man anime that came out like 2 decades ago, pardon me for not being sad that maybe, you know, the fact that they can't spend enough money to actually release it in full. Give it to people! Put it on YouTube! Let people watch it! You can still make money just by uploading it to YouTube and letting people watch it. Just give it to people. Like, if you can't release it on DVD, fine. And if you don't want people to pirate it, give it to people. At that point, why do you care? You're just hogging this content, and you are making a clear example of why our licensing system needs to go away and be redone.
You're just mad that you can't watch anime that you want to watch. Oh.
I am mad at the fact that we live in a time and place where a game...
We live in a society.
Yeah, we live in a society where any kind of content can completely and totally die because companies either don't have enough money or the audience to keep releasing it to people. And then they get mad when people pirate the content because the companies can't do anything about it. So just stop making it a problem then. Give it to people. Be done with it. Move on. Have a nice day. If you can do something with it, cool. Take it down then. Do something with it. But why do you care? If it's gonna be such a problem, just give it to people.
Society.
Yep. Very much so.
Kane, we've been over this. I understand. I also don't completely agree. Because, like, I get that you want this content. I don't know why they don't just put it on YouTube, because they make money from that. You're right. You're right about that. That doesn't mean they should give up ownership of their property, though.
I'm not even saying give up ownership. Like, when I say give it away, I do mean put it on YouTube. Like, officially, through all those chains. That was a bad phrasing on my part in this regard.
Okay, that I get. That I totally understand, because YouTube's in a position where, like, you know, if you put it on YouTube, they can monetize it, and therefore make money off of something that currently is just sitting around. You know, even from a business perspective, that does make sense, and I don't know why. Yeah, no, I don't know why more companies don't do that. Because otherwise, what happens is people illegally upload it to YouTube, and they don't like that. But it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to do anything with it, you can't afford to put it on DVD. Fine. You have internet access. Therefore, you can put it on YouTube. It's doable.
Like, that's what I mean. Like, if you're not gonna do anything with this content, I'm sorry, you are morally not allowed to get pissy and whiny when people steal it. Because it's your own fault.
Oh, to answer a question, so you guys asked me to add the Hush Hush and the Fury, so I did. This is the Hush Hush, that was the Fury back there.
Also, it's not just Mega Man, as a side note for that too, because it's like even back in like I said before, you know, we've lost the first 3 or 4 seasons of Doctor Who because they essentially burned the original copies to avoid piracy, and I'm like, that is immense levels of stupidity.
The original Doctor Who, right?
Yeah, like the very original. We only have very, very, very small, low-quality snippets of the very original Doctor, like the first few Doctors.
Yeah, why did they... That doesn't make any sense.
I know.
Like, you're burning your copies of it.
I know.
I don't mean burning a disc, I mean literally burning.
It was really stupid.
When did they do that?
I don't know. All I know is, and even if they didn't do that, because I actually don't remember the full story behind that, but like, they're gone. That's the point. They're gone. They weren't archived. They don't have any of it because apparently they were worried about people stealing it. And it's like, okay, listen. Part of me understands this. I do, because you should be able to protect your IP. You should be able to protect everything that you made. Yes, I am for that. But you should also not be allowed to let it die because you don't have the money or the interest to let people enjoy this content.
I mean, you know, let's take Disney for example. When Disney doesn't want to release something, and
Black Cauldron.
like that, yeah, they don't destroy it. They keep it in a vault.
Yeah, and that's the other issue with Disney too, because they're really infuriating with that. It's like, probably the only good thing about Disney Plus at this point is that I do feel like that a lot of the content that I've heard is on there is stuff that used to be really, really severely vaulted.
Yeah, streaming has changed their mentality with that, because part of it was kind of a marketing strategy where, like, this is going back in the vault, this is your last chance to get it, and people would then therefore go out and buy it. You know, so they would have a copy. But I'm defending Disney on this compared to what you're talking about, because Disney doesn't destroy stuff that they have unless, I think the only exception, and honestly, they might even keep this around as a lesson, you know, like Song of the South. I don't know if they kept a copy of that.
I would not doubt if they didn't.
But that's kind of a different situation. What I'm more referring to is the fact that, you know, like Black Cauldron, like they have it. Like, it's not like they got rid of it just because it failed. Like, it's still their property. It's still something that they think they might be able to use. You know, so they don't destroy it. Because, what? Why would you do that? Then you know, well, to prevent piracy. Well, then you can't profit off of it anymore. Like, talk about a lack of foresight.
It's just like...
That implies they had foresight to begin with.
Yeah.
It is the BBC, and they got somebody killed through a stunt, so, you know.
It's Good God. But like, it's just really annoying in the way that, and like it's not because people want free content. I want to say that outright. It's not because people want free content. I will happily drop $200 to $250 to own every single season of Rockman.exe on Blu-ray. I will happily do that. That's not an issue. It's the fact that I have no reasonable avenue to support this at all. And there's so much content that, like, especially that I really like. I really like the Witch cartoon from like the early 2000s. I liked that show. I can't buy a DVD box set of that.
Going back to something we were talking about earlier, I can't find a single place to get Jumanji.
Yeah, exactly.
It was on Hulu and Netflix, and now it's just like, well, where do I get it physically?
You don't.
Yeah, like it's upsetting in the way that our system works, where content is allowed to sit there and rot for no reason outside of, oh yeah, we can't afford to do anything with it. We literally live in the age of information. We are talking from across the country, and
What?
you people can't find a way to archive and allow people to watch television shows?
Everybody wants physical media. That's why Blockbuster's so popular.
Oh my god. You really had to rub the knife into that wound.
God, I miss Blockbuster.
So do I. I really do.
There really is just something. There really is just something about going into a store and walking around looking at everything on the shelf. It really is just a thing that you can't replace.
People still want movies they can hold in their hand.
They do.
I don't think most people do. You guys are the exceptions.
I do agree with that. We are ultimately the exception. And that's fine as long as we have an option. Like,
yeah, that's kind of, and that's kind of where I'm falling into the understanding of your issue, is that in the case of a lot of these situations, you don't have even the digital option.
yeah.
It's not just a matter of I want this on DVD. It's also a matter of, I actually just kind of want this in general.
Yeah. And what's worse, by the way, is I went on to eBay, right? Now, obviously, eBay is not a good place to look for stuff like this. I get that, but understand that it is the easiest, most accessible option for me to use. I found a Rockman.exe stream DVD with 4 or 5 episodes on it. Would you guys like to guess how much that was?
$50.
$79.99 plus $20 shipping.
Suffer.
So you essentially paid $100 for it.
You are essentially paying $100 for 4 episodes of content.
There is another show I could think of that's actually I'm kind of with you on, Kane. It's not animated. It's a show. It was called The Collector. It's kind of a neat show. Very obscure though. It's about this dude who sold his soul to the devil because the devil needed help. He sold his soul to the devil to save the life of the woman he loved, and the devil tricked him because of course he did. But he fought the devil, and the devil was kind of impressed, so he asked him to become a collector of other people's souls for him. So he did, and does this for like hundreds of years, and then he goes to the devil and is like, hey, I'd like to seek redemption for these people. And the devil thought this would make a fun game, so he allowed him to do it, and that's the whole show. Kind of cool. Interesting concept. Actually a very, good, I really liked the show. Problem. For one thing, I don't know of any place to stream it at all. It had a very limited release on DVD. And I looked up the cost of getting a hold of a box set.
I know where this is going.
I am never going to own this on DVD. just like, oh my. I almost had a heart attack. I was like, what? No, I am not paying that. Are ya high? Like, good golly almighty. Okay, so, yeah, that's the story of how I can't watch this show that I really like. Because I get it. Because a lot of these, more obscure stuff, like, they won't even just throw it on streaming services. Even as long as it's there, like, most of these companies own their own services for streaming.
Yeah.
Just put it there. It
Exactly.
literally doesn't hurt you to do it, and it might draw in more people. Like, if I found out, I don't even know who the hell owns the rights for The Collector, but if I found out that some streaming site had it, you'd have a new subscriber right there. With minimal effort, because you filmed and edited this show decades ago. It's not something like, it's not like you have to do any real work to make it available for us to watch. And, people also who are already there might get curious, watch the show, and be like, this is actually really good, because, like I said, no one knows about this show but me.
Yeah.
I've never met a single other person who knows the show exists.
Yeah, and again, just to go into and to answer this question real quick here, but what if you lose a show on a streaming service and can't watch it anywhere else? Excuse me. That's why I prefer to have physical copies. I 100% agree with you, but my point being is that physical copies are great, but they cost way more to produce than it does to just throw it onto a streaming service. Streaming services are cheaper to put your stuff on, which in terms of releasing content for people to watch, I am trying to look for the cheapest method to do so for people to get it out there, so that there's anything, so that there's any option. One option, if anything, just something legal that doesn't involve stealing it, because the companies are too dumb to utilize these services for things.
Hey Josh, you might be in luck. It's on Apple TV.
God, I have to give my money to Apple. It had to be that one. It is.
Well, I guess they've got a new subscriber now.
Apparently, I didn't. I was like, oh, you found it, Apple TV, son of a bitch.
I'm also annoyed at that, because there's currently a movie that just got released on Apple TV, and Apple TV has a Ghost Rider reboot that I really want to check out. So I'm very annoyed that I'm just gonna have to I have to either activate the trial and use that in order to watch both of these, or I'm gonna have to subscribe for a month and just binge both.
Well, at least it's on a streaming site, though. I'm not crazy
Better
about.
than nothing.
Shut up, Kane.
I know that's a meme for Mighty Number 9, but I am legit. It is better than nothing.
It's better than your situation, because I don't think even the anime streaming sites have .exe on them.
You know what pisses me off the most about that, as a side note? Rockman.exe is not some unknown thing.
Right.
How is it not released? How? It was one of the biggest video game anime phenomenon that I know about. What other video games have an anime that spawned 6 seasons and a feature film?
Why in the hell isn't this train leaving its... Come out. There's no obstructions. What? Hold on, I gotta follow this line and see what's going on here.
Yeah, anything past 5Ds tends to be pretty hard to watch. The original 3 are probably the most either streamed or uploaded onto YouTube, so it's easier to watch those. But, Arc 5, Brains, and,
Yeah, there's literally no reason why you should be able
Seconds
to
is on
just...
Disney now, actually. it was one of the biggest ones that came out of nowhere for that. And I'm just like, how is this not released? I don't understand, because, and for the most part, up until Beast happened, it was pretty well received, all things considered. Beast was the first one where things started really, like, waning one way or the other in terms of quality for people. No one talks about Beast Plus.
But still, the point is availability. Like, just...
Yeah.
Like, you'd think a Japanese company would understand the benefits of internet content. Like, they have way better than it than we do.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you comprehend the notion of, well, we're not actually doing anything with this? Maybe it's a... I don't... This is just a theory. I have no notion that this... You know, I have no idea if this is true.
Yeah.
But let's just entertain it for a second and say, what if there's some kind of licensing issue between Capcom and the people that actually did the anime?
Could very well be. In which case, sure. quit being annoying.
I mean, I know that doesn't help, but I'm just saying, like, maybe it's not necessarily Capcom's prerogative. Maybe it's also whoever owns it, like, well, partially owns it, like the animation and everything, but in that regard, it's like, still...
I believe the company that animated is Zebic. Let me take a look at Zebic.
Does Zebic have any of its other stuff stream enabled? Like, is that a thing they do on the regular?
That's actually exactly what I'm looking into right now. Let's see, Zebic anime list. Stop it.
Never.
Oh, apparently Zebic did Shaman King. Is that the new one or the old one? There's Pandora Hearts. I thought that one was streaming at one point. I think that was one my brother watched. Don't know about D and Angel. Wait, Zebic did Pokemon The Origin? That one is streamed. I'm pretty sure, at least, because that was like a huge phenomenon.
Well, I mean, hell, frickin' the Switch has the Pokemon channel, which is literally just, like, a lot of the anime on there for absolutely free. It's just there. Like, Nintendo's actually great about that, when it comes to Pokemon, anyway.
Which is nice. Also, they did Elemental G-Lade. I watched that for like 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
I was kind of sad I didn't get into it. I bought a couple of DVDs at a con one time, because it just looked really interesting. And I'm just like, it reminds me a lot of Soul Eater. I'd rather just watch Soul Eater. It was one of those more, like, early 2000 dubs, so it was, you kind of gotta really be into that sort of thing.
Can you get a shout out, PRR number 577 Sunny? Of course you do. Also PRR, easily. PRR actually preserves, like, PR, yeah, PRR. That's not even really a question. I mean, it is a question, obviously. It's just not one that's hard to answer.
Oh, they did Tales of Eternia. That's cool. Wow, they did all of the Mega Man stuff. They did Star Force and the Day of Sigma. Did you watch the Day of Sigma, Josh?
I watched it with you. They did a great job on that.
Yeah, it was so cool. I forgot we watched that together. That was so fun. I loved that. It was great. It had really good dubbing too. Like that's definitely one of the really good. Everyone says that Mega Man has bad voice acting, and I'm just like, you people have clearly never played Maverick Hunter X or watched the anime or X8, because they have really good voice acting. That's not even including, like, the .exe anime, which...
Colonel!
Voice acting,
I'm disappointed in you, Colonel!
Zeppic also did Future Card Buddy Fight. I didn't know that.
Future Card Buddy Fight!
Yep.
It's about the future and cards and buddy fighting!
I was so sad I didn't finish that. I got halfway through the first series, and I got really... I think I told you about what happened with that. I got really into Buddy Fight a couple of years back, and then, like, a few months after I got into it, oh yeah, we're discontinuing Buddy Fight? Dang it!
Yeah, I remember that! I remember... You were so angry.
I
You were
was
just
so
like,
sad.
I was enjoying myself, and suddenly they're like, nope.
I got into it at the worst possible time, when it was dying. Made me very sad.
To be fair, Knuckles' Oh No actually comes from Sonic Adventure.
Yup.
Oh no.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know what Zebek has done that's streaming. I'm gonna click on this Shaman King one, because I don't know if this is the new one or the old one. Because the new one is streaming on Netflix. That's where I watched the first few episodes. Also, fun fact, they brought back a lot of the voice actors from the original 4Kids dub in the new anime, which is really cool. So, like, Manta is voiced by his original 4Kids voice actor, and I can't remember who else. It's been a while since I watched it, but it's really cool. Because honestly, 4Kids Problem had nothing to do with the voice acting itself. They actually did a really good job with the voice acting.
Why do I complain about British Rail? I complain about British Rail because they keep showing up on my list. They won't go away. It's frustrating. That's the only reason.
They just... Wait, was? No. Well, that explains part of it, Josh.
Oh?
Officially, Zebek, went defunct in 2019.
Well, then Capcom would retain all the rights, wouldn't they? Or is there some kind of weird...
They were sold to Sunrise and Production IG in 2019.
Maybe there's some legal fiasco then, if they were sold.
Yeah, which is just stupid. Look, at this point, if you're not gonna do anything with it, just give it to Capcom.
So they cannot do anything with it?
At least if Capcom has it, it's their own fault for not releasing it, you know? Like, at least in this situation, I get the idea that it's a case of maybe Sunrise or Production IG is just like, no, we won't give you the rights to Rockman.exe. Because at least then I can blame them and not Capcom.
Which green energy loco is better in my mind? Hydrogen fuel cells are battery powered. Okay. Well, lithium-ion batteries are actually frickin' awful for the environment. And they're in everything now. Lithium mining is very gross. And lithium-ion battery, and they can't be recycled. And a lot of the phones that we use, a lot of that stuff can't be recycled. Like the like the fancy. I drive an electric car. I'm helping the environment. Nothing. That battery can't be recycled. It's not something that we can do. So, in a way, it's causing different issues. The problem with hydrogen fuel is that hydrogen is the most common element in the universe.
Yep.
It is not the most common element on Earth.
Yeah.
There's not that much here. Not free hydrogen anyway. And that's the issue with that, where, yeah, that works, but we don't have access to that much hydrogen in the grand scheme of things, particularly when you compare it to fossil fuels, which are friggin' everywhere. Now, then you have the problem of, okay, well, why don't we break it down from water? Why don't we get it out of the water? The issue there is that water, it doesn't actually, it doesn't have, it takes, I was just thinking for a second. It takes more energy to break up a water molecule than we would ever get out of the free hydrogen we take from it. So
Also,
there's no efficiency with that. It just wouldn't work.
Also, water is not an infinite resource on this planet.
Well, to be fair, with a hydrogen-powered car, part of the process actually turns the hydrogen back into water. The waste product is water. So, in that way, that's not really a problem. Because
Yeah.
it would eventually turn back into water. The issue is breaking it up in the first place.
Yeah.
So basically, right now, they both have problems. Solar power can't produce enough energy to power any kind of vehicle for any length of time. I would personally adore seeing a wind-powered car. That'd be hilarious. The energy issue is something that we definitely need to work on, because we're built around fossil fuels, and we're good at getting energy out of fossil fuels. Could we eventually get to the point where we can, get hydrogen from a reliable source? Maybe. But so far, that hasn't happened. So it's not really something that's currently feasible economically. I mean, when power trains had existed once, they were called sail cars or something like that, I forget. They were used very small scale for, small transportation. I mean, I think the T1 Trust has made a significant progress so far. They have the cab, they have some of the rods and the bearings. I mean, they've actually they're producing actual pieces of the locomotive, and that's what we wanted to see by this point, and that's what they're doing. So great. I have no complaints with that. It's what would I complain about? They're doing it. Good. That's what we wanted them to do. Do I think steamers should burn coal, oil, or wood? Well, coal and oil is, of course, they're fossil fuels, so there's a pollutant issue there. Wood just doesn't produce the same level of heat, though. That's why they switched to coal and oil. You could, in theory, make a modern steam engine that worked off of wood. But the power output, because of the lack of heat, is a questionable issue. And then you also have the fact that, well, okay, great, but now we have to deal with the amount of trees we are cutting down. There's nothing we can do to produce energy that doesn't have an effect on the environment. It just doesn't work that way. Even solar panels and wind turbines take up frickin' space.
I would like to address something real quick.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Hey, Samu. Two things to you if you're still here. One, I don't care. Pokemon anime is not that good anyway. Like me.
Sorry, Kane. Go.
Two.
You can go.
Two, I didn't even have the stream open to see your comments, because a lot of times I don't watch the stream because I'm off doing something else or looking at research. So, no.
Look,
Also,
oh,
also, I was talking about with one of the biggest video game adapted anime, because yes, Pokemon is that. It also doesn't suffer from this issue. Also, Pokemon anime telling a good story, you must be watching the movies.
I think it's fair to say that Kane's entitled to his opinion. I love Pokemon. I always have loved Pokemon. I always will love Pokemon. Kane doesn't completely agree. That's okay. It's not a big deal. You don't have to get offended because someone doesn't like something that you like. Like, Kane didn't say anything like, anyone who likes Pokemon is trash tier. Like, that's not what Kane does.
I just think it's hilarious because I scrolled up and like his name kept changing. It was like Samu the Hamu Studios is pissed and then is disappointed at Kane. And I'm just like oh my god, I wasn't even looking at the chat at that point. I just scrolled up to see what was happening. I was just like, oh that happened. It was just so funny to me, so I just felt like I should address that.
I saw it. I was just ignoring him because I thought the whole thing was stupid, and I didn't really want to like upset you. Pokemon is not trash. I love Pokemon. You get out of here with your.
I don't think it's bad. I just think that like it being a big phenomenon doesn't necessarily mean it's good. I'm specifically saying the anime, like, and it also for certain depends on what you're looking for out of the anime. I absolutely think that the Pokemon anime has its upsides, and it has worth for watching, especially the new ones. Like, the Journey series is pretty freaking sweet, from what I've seen. Like, there's some good stuff in it. The thing that I like about the Pokemon anime is that it is very, very good at expanding the universe and basically inspiring you to go on your own journey in the Pokemon universe. It absolutely has value in that regard. But in terms of it telling a good story, I liked the episode Sweet Baby James, where we got to meet James's family. That was a cool episode. It really humanized a member of Team Rocket who really didn't feel, who never felt very in place in Team Rocket. I thought that was a great episode. But I just don't think the Pokemon anime is very good at telling good stories or developing its characters at all, because it is a show meant to sell merchandise. It's meant to sell you the games. There's not really inherent value in watching the anime over just playing the games unless you're someone who just wants to chill out with a show.
It largely depends on the season. Like, I'm a, you know me, I'm old school when it comes to my Pokemon.
Yeah.
I still think Indigo was, like, the best it ever got, mostly because I can't deal with the fact that Ash still is the main character. I'm just over that. Like, I know it's a common complaint, but I'm like, God, why didn't they just make a new main character for every generation?
Because Digimon did that, and that show is terrible because it doesn't have continuity between its seasons.
I'm gonna be completely upfront. I've spaced out for the last half hour.
We know. You
About this whole
honestly,
conversation.
I thought you just left.
No, I've just been here. I've just been like, I have no input to any of this, so.
That's fine.
like,
I'm not
like,
gonna force you to make a comment.
well, no, I get that. It's just like
I am
just like,
Teddy. Give us your thoughts on the matters at hand. Do
I've
it.
never watched any of the Digimon shows, and I've only seen about 3 or so episodes of the original Pokemon anime, and I stopped after that because I was like, I'll get back to this at some point, and that some point has yet to come.
See,
So there you go.
Teddy here is lame like that.
Shut your
I
mouth.
Never.
I mean, he does play Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu.
That was my first iteration in the series because everyone was like, start with this one, and then I get made fun of it. I get made fun of for it. So to whoever was like, oh, start with that, you have nobody but yourself to blame. You know who you are. Damn it.
I will never give anyone crap.
Who said that to you?
I don't remember. Some person who I probably haven't talked to in like years.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with those games.
There
no.
isn't. Like I was just about to say, I do not blame anyone if they started or decided to just play Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu just for a casual thing. Like
Well, see,
everyone complained about those games being so casual, and I'm just like,
That was the point. They were supposed to be an introduction for new fans. So
yeah,
they could,
like, is that really a bad
Hi.
thing?
Hi. Hello.
yeah,
Exactly.
like that was
New fan here.
that was literally the entire purpose was so that literally, I believe the marketing said it was for new Pokemon fans to experience the magic of the Kanto region without having to play the glitchy, buggy, old Gen 1 games, which I love those games, but that was a different time, and I acknowledge this.
And here's my other problem.
Kane speak?
Go ahead.
I just want to interrupt for 2 seconds because it's a super quick comment, and then we'll move on to yours, Teddy. But can we fully admit here that if Pokemon Red, Yellow, and Blue Red, Yellow, and Green released today, they would get 5 out of 10s?
Well,
I don't know,
I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying that if they were released today and reviewed by the public, it would get a 5 out of 10.
Well,
Because the game has so many glitches and bugs. It was okay back then because it was the first game in the series.
it was also a Game Boy game. It also did a lot of things that people didn't think the Game Boy could do. Like, it pushed that hardware so much.
Also, Samu, there are no hard feelings. You're totally fine. Like, I literally took no insult to anything. It was just really funny to me. So, I promise you, there's no bad blood involved with that. You're totally fine.
Yes, there is.
The
He
other
hates you now.
If I could get back to what I was trying to say earlier.
No,
The
never.
problem also... shut up. The problem- I'm tired of your shit. Sorry. Tired of your crap. Anyway, the other problem was that before Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu came out, I was always told to play X and Y as my first games. And then every time I would tell somebody, oh, I was told to play X and Y first, they'd be like, no, don't do that, they're terrible games. And I'm like,
Who are you talking to? Who are these people, and why are they allowed to exist?
practically anybody I knew who played Pokemon at the time.
Why don't you ask me?
Because at the time, I didn't have direct line of communication to you.
Okay,
aside
well
from-
now you're talking to me. X and Y would have been
Yeah.
totally fine choices to begin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're great games.
Yeah. I think, like, back then, the only way I had to get in contact with you was Skype. And even then, like, I never had any reason to talk to you.
What we went over this. We went over this. Every time you bring them up, I'm just sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. The friends you had before us just sound like the most toxic pieces of garbage I've ever heard of in my life. Like
Not
every time you bring them up, I'm like, my God, they sound like they're the worst.
Not all of them were, but the other 70% were. I'll fully admit to that.
To be perfectly honest with you, Teddy, any Pokemon game that isn't red, blue, green, or yellow is a perfectly fine starting point.
I disagree with that.
Gotcha.
If you are going in fully being able to acknowledge that they're old games, the Gen 1 games are fine. If you're not, then yeah, pretty much any other. Really, any generation is fine, Ted. Whatever's most accessible to you, play it. Like, there isn't a single bad mainline generation in Pokemon. There are some that are weaker than others, so people are like, they're terrible. No, none of them are actually terrible. They're all still good.
The only ones that I would probably say you shouldn't play first are Black and White 2, because that's the sequel to Black and White.
Well, yeah.
But that's it. But yeah, like, and to be fair, Josh, we're talking with Teddy. Red, yellow, green, and blue are just not a great starting point.
I would think, well, if we're gonna go with that logic, then he probably shouldn't play the original Gen 2 games either.
I think Gold, Silver, and Crystal would be fine.
I would say I would cautiously suggest Crystal to him, but not Gold and Silver.
Yeah.
But he could also, people said, just if you want to experience those generations, just play the friggin' remakes.
Pokemon Unite is not Fortnite. Pokemon Unite is League of Legends.
Yeah, but it's a MOBA, not a battle royale.
Yeah.
Fun for what it is.
I remember the old Kirby games. We were talking about that earlier. I love Kirby. I wish I could play the games more frequently, but they don't mesh very well with my playstyle anymore, very sadly. I've got the original Kirby's Adventure, and I've got Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, or my brother has that, excuse me. I also have Kirby Air Ride.
You were really excited about the air ride.
Kirby Air Ride is really freaking cool, okay? It's like the Sonic Riders of Kirby. It's great.
People who like it really like it. I never saw the appeal myself. I didn't really like the way it controlled.
I mean, I did just call it the Sonic Riders of Kirby.
That's fair.
But yeah, totally fine.
Pokemon does not need a battle royale game. Pokemon does not, absolutely not, need a battle royale game. I will maintain this. No, it doesn't. No, it absolutely. In no way do I support such a thing. Though they have been branching out into other genres lately. Like we got Pokemon, the Pokemon fighting game. We got a Pokemon MOBA. I mean, a battle royale does seem to be on the list. Next up, Pokemon FPS, Pokemon of Duty.
I would, if I had my way with a single Pokemon game.
That sounds very bad, Kane.
I will rephrase it then. If I were put in charge of designing a Pokemon game from the ground up, I would make an open world Pokemon game that allowed you to take whatever journey you wanted to have through the Pokemon universe. You would have no reason to be forced into the gym leaders. You could play the entire game doing nothing but walking from town to town doing contests. You could walk from town to town just fighting random Pokemon. You could go town to town visiting all the different parks, and I would reintroduce Pokemon-Ami, Full Tilt, everything.
I suppose the argument here, they're not. First of all, Pokemon's not gonna cool down until it stops being profitable. Pokemon's still very popular, and it will continue to be so. People love Pokemon. Deal with it. Like, there's nothing wrong with people liking something. That's A. B. In terms of Pokemon being a battle royale, you would have to completely change how a battle royale works, because you couldn't have guns in it. It wouldn't be a shooter. It wouldn't be, it would be, I would picture it as, it'd be kind of like a MOBA, but it would be a battle royale style where you pick a different Pokemon, and your equipment would you'd get held items and things like that, and then you could evolve during the battle and get, better abilities, obviously, because you evolved. I think that, I'm not sure how well that would go, but that's the best way I could think of how you would do it, because it couldn't, like I said, it couldn't be an actual shooter.
you would have better luck making a paladin style game over a battle royale. Because here's the thing, Josh. The issue wouldn't be guns. You would just use Pokemon moves. You would use like Psychic, Confusion Ray. You would use Magical Leap.
It's actually
things
just
like
Confuse
that.
Ray, but go ahead.
Yeah, like you would just use stuff like that. You would use Water Gun.
Hating popular. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Hating popular things isn't edgy. That's not what being edgy is. That's called being annoying. Alright? Being edgy is just being distinctive and okay with yourself and liking what you want to like, not actively hating everything everybody else likes, because that doesn't make you edgy, that makes you toxic. It's totally different.
Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself, Josh.
What?
You described me as edgy.
No! Get out of here!
Yeah, Pokemon's problem is not that it's popular. Pokemon's problem is that I just generally think that the mainline games are way too formulaic over and over again. It just has no... It has no staying power for a lot of people unless you're really into the underlying mathematics of the series. That's kind of where my issue goes down with it, because I do not really care for the RPG mathematical process of that, with making this crazy good team with stats and stuff like that. And I know you don't have to do that, but when you don't do that, you're kind of forced to grind through it. And like, I play Pokemon because I do enjoy the stories that are told in the games normally, but all of the games are too busy shoving gym leaders in my face for me to care.
Don't you want to be the very best like no one ever was?
No, that's why I play Pokemon Coliseum.
Well, that's fair, Cole Phelps. I mean, you know, it's whatever. Sorry, I get...
Yeah.
I only got tilted because I was like, no, that's not edgy. And as the final judge on what is edgy in this world, I'm gonna speak about this.
Understandable.
I am Darkness the Curse. You cannot out-edge me.
I'm, not Darkness the Curse.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you were definitely not.
I'm Darkness the Kane.
Shut up, Kane. I mean, to be fair, on paper, you're Kane Oblivion. That does sound kind of edgy.
Yes. And yeah, that's a totally valid reason for that, Tribal. Like, that's such a... It's one of the few things that's really good at, like, connecting generations. And that is something that should never be, oh god. I'm brain farting on the term, help me. It's something that should never be degraded, essentially. Like, that's such a powerful thing. Like, Pokemon connecting parents and their kids is such a ridiculously wholesome thing that should be praised.
I'm sorry.
There's not
I don't mean to interrupt again. I'm gonna a hot take. Slipknot is way too popular to be edgy. Okay, way too mainstream. Anyone who says they're edgy because they listen to Slipknot, I know you're just joking, and I know you're not serious, but like real talk though. If you listen to Slipknot and you're like, yeah, I'm such an edgelord, listen to Slipknot, you are such a basic poser, and it's not even funny. Cause like nothing against Slipknot, but definitely not what I'd consider edgy.
Yeah. And also, yeah, pretty much that. Discounted. That's a very good way to put it. Like,
I played Pokemon. You know, I was there for the initial thing. I was there during the hype. I was there during the whole major everything. You know, that was my generation. You know,
Same
so
here.
obviously I love Pokemon because of that, but also my son loves it. And I can play Pokemon with him and share my knowledge that I've gained over following it for years with him, and you know, hear stuff like, "Dad, you know so much about Pokemon," and I'm like, "I know," and
Yeah.
it, you know, but it's, you know, it's a way for, you know, it's one of the things I can share with my kid, and that's not something I can attribute to a lot of things, especially when it comes to games. Like, you know, he likes games, but like, you know, the games he generally likes are like Minecraft and Roblox and any of the Lego games, you know, stuff like that. He likes building stuff. Pokemon's where we really come together, you know, because he's not as
Yeah.
into the strategy games like I am. He's not as into trains, or he likes planes a lot, but he's not as into trains as I am. Not yet, anyway. Give him time.
Give him time.
But, you know, Pokemon's where, you know, he loves it. So that's something, you know, he and I can share together.
Yeah, and it's such an amazing thing to see. It really is. So yeah, the newer Pokemon games are easier. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's for kids to enjoy something new and just coming together, and there's not a lot of games that you can do that with.
Maybe the real Pokemon is the friends we made along the way.
Shut the hell up, Ted.
No. I'm not going to. That is one of the only times you'll ever hear me use that pun.
That's not even a pun!
What phrase, whatever. You know,
You're really bad at this.
freaking- Yes.
The only other thing that I would like to do with the Pokemon franchise, if I were given full tilt development control,
So,
is I would
that
make-
won't happen, but go ahead.
I would make a full tilt mystery dungeon reboot series, and it would be a third-person action RPG. I would basically make Dark Cloud, but with Pokemon. I just think
Nerd!
Yes, because that would just be really cool. I would love, especially like to give it multiplayer. God, I would love to give something like that multiplayer. That'd be cool. I think the other reason I would definitely do that, I would make it a lot less roguelike as well. Because my favorite mystery dungeon game is Gates to Infinity. Oh wow, I felt a cold shiver down my spine. Anyway,
Did
and
you just
no one
say-
liked that game.
Did you
No
just
one
say
liked it, but I-
infinite?
Pretty much. But I loved that game. I loved Gates to Infinity. It had a lot of cool ideas. It was a lot less roguelike, which I really liked. And the biggest thing that I loved about it is that your moves leveled up as you played. So, like, even tackle could remain viable for a long time into the game if you just kept using it. The damage would increase a very low amount. So like at the point where you get a better move, your tackle is doing about the same amount of damage as Vine Whip would do, for example. But when you get Vine Whip, yeah, you reset the level, but that move is going to level up as you go on. Like, it kept moves viable as you played. It was it was a very good idea and made a lot of sense. And I was so happy for the removal of the belly system. Oh my god, I'm so glad that they removed that.
The belly?
If you ran out of food in a dungeon, you passed out and you had to start over.
Oh.
No. I think when you ran out of food, you started losing health and then you died. And I never liked that because it was so roguelike, and it was so It just like overfilled your inventory with like apples and stuff because you had to, especially if you were going in a big dungeon, you had to stock up on all these apples, and it was just like, ugh, this dungeon is only taking so long because I have to do it multiple times because I have to keep going back and filling up on apples.
Don't you want more apples?
No,
An apple a day keeps Nurse Joy away.
nah.
Watch out, bear! No!
But I would remove those kinds of elements because I'm sorry, I just think it artificially lengthens gameplay more than it does anything else. Especially in like a Pokemon game. It's just like, why am I wasting bag slots for things that I'm only gonna use when my belly reaches 0 out of 100? I've never liked roguelikes, ultimately.
Well, neither have I.
Or dungeon crawlers, really. I do think it's more accurate to call it a dungeon crawler than roguelike, but like still, the point still stands. I've never liked those features. It was the biggest reason I enjoyed Gates to Infinity so much, is that it got all of that stuff out of my face and just let me play the game. I had a great time. I loved the story too, it was really good. And the story didn't nearly annoy me as much as the other Mystery Dungeon games. I know everyone loves Explorers of Sky, but listen, the first like 3 to 4 hours of that game is nothing. You know, speaking of Dark Cloud for a hot minute, I think it's weird that I like Dark Cloud 1 more than I like Dark Cloud 2. Dark Cloud 2 is probably arguably a better game. Yeah, I wanted to get into Legends Arceus, but my big issue with it right now is that they've just exchanged one form of grinding for another. And my issue is that I just don't find grinding in Pokemon fun.
Lab.
Especially without the EXP share, because it's just like, did you want to fight the next gym leader? Well, make sure all 6 of your Pokemon are level 20, but they're level 13. Yup, get working. Okay.
Lab.
You good there, Ted?
No, I'm really not. Why do you ask?
I'm just
Because
checking
you
on you.
really don't sound okay, and I'm not even sure why.
My mind is a wreck, man. Maybe it's because I like blanked out during most of that conversation, and I, at this point, have cramped down on my right index finger from mashing the shoot button because I've been playing Saints Row the Third for like 5 or 6 hours now.
Take a break.
It was a fair point to make.
Yes. You can play something else that's easier on your trigger finger. Like Call of Duty Warzone.
To be fair, that would probably be easier. The problem with like Saints Row the Third is that a lot of the weapons that I'm using aren't fully auto, so I have to like just and after a while it like.
Which, to be fair, Tribal, is true, but my issue being is I've played since Red, Yellow, and Blue, and Green. Like, not Green, but you know what I mean. Like, I've played from the original Game Boy. I've spent 6 generations dealing with this level of grind. Like, yeah, it's not an issue anymore, but now there's a different issue for me personally with Pokemon, and that is that I could not care less about gym leader challenges and proving myself as some kind of worthwhile trainer.
Why not?
My biggest issue with the Pokemon franchise, and a lot of the fans that argue with me about this, is that the Pokemon series is a series that has developed throughout 20 plus years of anime, side games, manga, all of these different adaptations, all of these different styles. And the only thing that we're allowed to do is just go fight gym leaders?
That's right.
That's it.
That's right.
We've introduced Pokemon contests. We've introduced Pokemon Rangers. We've introduced Mystery Dungeons. We've introduced all of this stuff throughout 20 plus years of developing this series. And all you're saying that we can do is just fight gym leaders.
Yeah.
In the games.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I find that offensive. I find that
You find that offensive?
I find it offensively narrow-minded because people argue with me and saying like, "Oh, you just don't get it." No, I don't think you people
don't
do.
get it. You don't even know yet.
People like that are the reason why Pokemon is so stagnant.
It's not stagnant. They've gotten very creative in recent years, actually.
Not enough for the core gameplay loop.
That's not true.
Can we talk for a second
No.
about how in Pokemon I've never understood this, and please somebody please attempt to explain this to me.
Well, I only
okay?
promised to try. I don't know where this is going.
How did, like, what is the science that goes behind this?
What are you talking about?
Like, when it comes to Pokemon, like, how do the scientists in the Pokemon universe figure out a way to, like, so easily capture animals in these little balls?
Really?
Heal
This
them,
is where you're getting hung up? It's a frickin' fantasy.
I don't care. It's always bothered me.
Well, if you're asking me that question, it's just not my type of game. Ultimately, it's definitely more up Josh's alley, which is, you know, hence why he's playing it right now. But I've never been someone for like RTS or simulators or town building stuff. It's just never been something that's fun for me. I much prefer to be in the action with like an actual control with the stick and everything like that. I grew up on Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. If that tells you anything about like where most of my gaming prowess comes from, that and Mega Man.
You like controlling that stick, Kane?
Yes.
Shut up, Ted.
No.
I don't know.
But
It's just weird.
I don't think there are any normal animals in the world of Pokemon. I think the Pokemon are literally their animals.
That is correct.
Most of the time, yes.
No, all of the time!
I don't think I've ever seen a single animal in Pokemon that wasn't just a Pokemon.
That's because the animals
Yeah,
are
original
Pokemon.
series.
I don't even think the word animal exists in the Pokemon universe, because they just say Pokemon.
It's like
They did call them magical creatures before that.
It's like how in The Walking Dead, how they never call the zombies zombies. They always call them like freaks, geeks, ghouls, walkers, whatever. But the word zombie is never used. And I've never understood that. I've literally never understood that.
Because in that universe, zombies aren't a thing in fiction.
But
Even I know that.
Wait,
In
what are we
fiction?
talking about? I spaced.
The Walking Dead, like, how is it that, like, okay, I don't understand why in zombie-related media they don't just call things zombies when they show up. It's not like there hasn't been upwards of, like, 70s or
The whole
so
point of The
years.
Walking Dead was that when the as they call them, the walkers show up, they don't actually know what a zombie is because no one's ever come up with that concept in their universe before. It's just not a
Really?
thing.
Those I don't remember that ever being explained.
Teddy, I'm going to ask you the same question that I've asked a lot of other people whenever they cringe at this idea. Why do you think people in the Power Ranger universe fantasize so much about being a Power Ranger?
Because they're cool.
Because in their universe, that's their universe's Superman.
Yeah, like
But
everybody
Superman
likes...
doesn't exist in the Power Rangers universe.
Right.
Oh, okay, I get that, but superheroes exist, right?
Yes, but Superman doesn't.
I get that.
Power Rangers do.
I get that, but like, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around the idea that in this universe, like, 70 years worth of zombie-related media didn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that hard?
I don't know. Like I get I get the idea of Superman not existing because, you know, like, whatever. That's whatever you.
Oh no, you can understand that Superman didn't exist, but you can't understand that zombies wouldn't exist.
Because they're zombies. They're such like they're so like ingrained into everything involving pop culture that like
No, they're really no. First of all, no. Second of all, I believe, I would have to check this, but on the technical sense, Superman would be older than zombies in terms of the modern interpretation of zombies.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the modern interpretation of zombies, I'm pretty sure came about when George A. Romero made not Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
Which was like in like what, the mid-50s,
Yeah.
something like that. I get that. But like even the prologue.
Okay, Teddy. Here's why you can't answer. Here's why you will not get a satisfying answer to that question. Because you are asking a real-world question about a fictional universe.
And if we really want to go back to the basis of zombies, as the chat is doing right now, okay, we'll go with the basis of Superman, which is epic heroes. Gilgamesh was written thousands of years ago. So, I mean, you know, we could play that game, but my point is that I don't know why this is hard for you, Ted.
Eddie, you asking that question is like asking either A, why can the Lyoko Warriors be virtualized into a virtual world in the early 2000s, or B, well, why do they have Tetrix Annihilator and not Tetris?
Because, okay, the Lyoko thing I can summarize with it's a fictional world. I get that.
Yeah,
What do you think The Walking Dead is?
I get The Walking Dead, but like, zombies in that universe never existed.
Yes.
Nothing. Night of the Living Dead never existed. Resident Evil never existed.
Yes.
It's such a hard thing for my brain to wrap around.
I still don't know why.
I understand Teddy's point to a certain extent, because I do think he is right that zombies are a cornerstone of culture, at least in some ways. But the thing is, the answer to your question, Teddy, that's just a universe where it isn't.
And I get that. It's just like...
So then why are you questioning it?
It's not that I'm questioning. It's like, that's so hard for my head to comprehend. Guys, you lost me. I need context. Do not worry about the context. It's just me being confused about something that ultimately doesn't mean anything.
I'm more confused as to why Saints Row the Third has zombies.
Because it's zombies, Kane, and that game came around at the, like, tail, like, it came out in the early 2010s when zombies were everywhere, and they were massively, like, they were starting to lose their popularity, and because Saints Row the Third is a game that makes fun of everything, it made fun of the fact that zombie games at that point were oversaturated and boring.
Yeah, I can see that.
They
That
definitely
is-
did that. And then
that
in
is-
2 weeks ago, they made the worst level in the game.
That is literally the but I get that, Kane, but, like, that is the answer to your question.
My point being is that I question that more than what you're questioning.
Kane,
Because the answer for yours is simple, and yeah, there's a simple answer for mine, but like, at least zombies exist in our world for me to question that.
Is
Well,
Back
I
for
mean-
Blood? Is Back for Blood really as bad as people say it is? It's unremarkable, is what I'll say. If you really want a game that is like Left 4 Dead 2, just go play Left 4 Dead 2. It's still got a popular community, it's got a popular modding community, and in my opinion, it's a better game. If you want a more modern game that is more like... If you want a more modern game that's more like Left 4 Dead than Back 4 Blood was, play the World War Z game. Anybody here like 28 Days and Weeks Later? I like 28 Days Later. I hate 28 Weeks Later.
28 Weeks Later is hot garbage.
It takes everything that made the first movie interesting and unique and completely removes it, and then it's just random generic movie with soldiers, zombies, and guns, and it's absolutely not worth anybody's time. The best scene is in the first 10 minutes of the movie, and then it never gets any better. I will say that until the day I die. The best part of that entire movie and the franchise as a whole was that first 10 minutes where it's the prologue. The rest of the movie is absolutely horrible. It's boring. It's generic and boring, and that's never something you want to be on the topic of zombies. Because, like, especially nowadays, the only way you're gonna stand out as a zombie franchise is if you do something unique, and 28 Weeks Later does nothing unique.
The only thing that I think did something like fun and ridiculously unique was I still really like, and it's zombies essentially, but they're mutants in the game, is I like Sunset Overdrive.
And I like Dead Rising because of just the simple aspect that you could pick up anything you wanted in that mall and use it as a weapon. Like, in other zombie-related games, like, you were usually limited to, like, specific weapons that you found at key points throughout the game, but in Dead Rising, it's like, hey, you can go into this sports store, you can grab a golf club, a bowling ball, a skateboard, you can go pick up a hanger or something. Like, you could use, like, thousands of different things to kill zombies with. That's what ultimately I liked the most. It was about as perfect as a zombie sandbox franchise as we're ever going to get.
I think that my issue with that one is that, while that's definitely true for the gameplay, and I'll definitely give it that, my god, did they do nothing interesting with the zombies themselves.
No, I will agree with that. Well, but then again, like, the zombies weren't really even meant to, like, do that. The whole appeal of Dead Rising was the uniqueness of the gameplay. It wasn't about the uniqueness of the zombies.
Which is fine, but, like, that's why I like Sunset Overdrive, because the mutants are... The mutants are very much, like... how would I explain it?
They have more
the
interesting
way that they
variants
set
rather
up
than
the-
just the standard walkers.
The way that they set up the mutants reminds me a lot of, like, Left 4 Dead 2, but crazier.
Yeah.
Cause Sunset Overdrive has their own version of the boomers, kind of thing. Like, that's what I mean, where it's just a lot more over the top.
Also, to be completely frank, Kane, I will say personally that one of the issues I kind of have is that every single time that Dead Rising has tried to introduce zombie variants, they've been awful.
Yeah, I can understand that. Which, to be fair, is not necessarily Dead Rising's fault in itself. That's a problem with the game design.
Yeah. Because, like, again, like, the whole appeal of Dead Rising is, like, the variety of ways to kill them, not the variety of zombies themselves. It's like... I don't know. It's like if you made a skating game where the variety wasn't in the environments that you skated in, but in the amount of, like, tricks that you could pull off. It's probably a bad example, but...
That's a really bad example.
That's a really horrible example.
I'm tired, leave me alone. But either way, like, Dead Rising always just appealed to me due to, like, it being so creative. Like, if you run out of, like, a specific weapon, then hey, you know, there you go. You just run into a store, you grab something, you run back out, and then you go back to town.
For people still asking what game I'm playing, this is Transport Fever 2.
With tons of mods installed.
Well, yes. Why didn't Switzerland? Well, Japan was very rapidly militarizing. Finland was defending themselves from the Soviet Union. Switzerland is historically neutral on everything because that's what they do. It's just their thing.
To be fair, Jay Christensen, stories of ghosts go back like thousands of years.
Oh, here we go.
So, honestly, at this point, I don't even know if there's like a way that like we as humans could make a story where ghosts never existed. Anybody seen Return of the Living Dead? I have not. Isn't that the one that invented the whole like brains thing? Right?
You're asking us?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, see, exactly.
Well, I'm more so asking you, Josh.
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Fatal Frame 2 is the best Ghost game. I've only played Maiden of Blackwater, but I've heard amazing things about Crimson Butterfly. In fact, pretty much everybody I've talked to about Crimson Butterfly, even people who really aren't into horror games, will admit that the Crimson Butterfly's reputation precedes itself. I really wish they would, like, remake the games or remaster them in some way like they did with Maiden of Blackwater, because the creator did say that if that remaster did well, he'd consider doing the other games.
So did it do well?
I don't know. I guess that's what Google's for. Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater sales.
Pink Floyd's fine. I don't listen to a lot of old rock.
According to SiliconEra.com, Koei Tecmo revealed that it has sold over 340,000 units of Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater's remaster worldwide as of December 2021.
Is that
Still throws me so hard for a loop hearing it's Tecmo Koei doing that.
is that good or bad? We didn't really get an answer.
Probably bad, considering that remaster was ported to everything imaginable.
Yeah, when I heard the word 1,000, I'm like, oh no.
Let's see,
And for me, the reason it throws me off so hard is mostly because it's just, I know Tecmo Koei for the Dynasty Warriors games.
Okay, so currently, it says, according to this article by Silicon Era, it says, Koei Tecmo released ports of Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater to celebrate the series' 20th anniversary. In an interview with us, the series producer, Keisuke Kikuchi, I'm probably mispronouncing that, revealed that the company does not have any plans for other Fatal Frame releases and remasters. However, he noted... Wait, what? I could have sworn I heard at one point. Whatever. However, he noted that it received more positive responses than expected. As of October 2021, the company is still working on a live-action movie adaptation based on the franchise. Huh. That would actually be interesting to see. You could get an Xbox One, Arturo. The Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater remaster is available on Xbox One, Xbox Series X, PS4, PS5, Switch, and PC. The only console it was originally on was the Wii U, and I think that's ultimately why it didn't sell very well. Because...
That's where I have it.
You know... You still have that game?
I downloaded it, so of course I do.
Oh, okay.
I have my Wii U. I have all my Wii U games. Get out of here. I love my Wii U.
There you go.
Wii U, Wii U, Wii U, Wii U.
I also
Are
have
we
all
gonna
my
have a
Wii
problem?
games.
It's time to switch up to that. I don't think I have all of my Wii games back here, or Wii U games back here. I only have a select few of them, though. I have Hyrule Warriors, Breath of the Wild, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, New Super Mario Bros., and New Super Luigi U, Nintendo Land. I have a Penguins of Madagascar game. Smash Brothers for Wii U, and I have Xenoblade X. Well, the reason I have that Penguins of Madagascar game is because my dad was like, oh, they had like a sale going on for Wii U games, so I just got you that. You know, Merry Christmas.
Thanks.
Tried it for about 15 minutes, and then I never played it ever again.
Yep.
And that was back when I got my Wii U back in, like, 2012. It's almost 10 years ago. I want to get Super Mario Galaxy on Wii. If you want to get it on Wii, I believe it's available digitally on the Wii U, and it runs beautifully on there. I'll start first.
For me on Wii U, I've got Star Fox Zero, Xenoblade X, Pokken Tournament, Nintendo Land, Mass Effect 3.
Have I heard about the Little Joe Locomotive? No. Go ahead, Kane. Sorry.
All good. Mario Kart 8, Bayonetta's 1 and 2, all the Zelda stuff, and Sonic Boom: Rise of Lyric.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. My heart. I can't take it existing on this plane.
Boost pads are awesome!
So are bounce pads.
You know what they say, Kane? There's no time like the present.
You know what they say, the more the merrier.
Oh my god. What is that from?
One of the Robotnik boss fights, I think.
Is that from, like, Shadow the Hedgehog or something?
I think it's 06. That I could be wrong. Josh might know more than I would about that one.
Josh, you're the resident Sonic guy. Where is that from?
What?
The whole
know what
Eggman.
they say,
You know what they
the
say?
more the
more
merrier.
the merrier. What is that from?
Shadow.
Okay, I
think
thought so.
Shadow?
It's Shadow.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Still looking to get a copy of that game.
No.
Why no?
No.
What do you mean no?
It's
Not a
cancer.
very good game.
Spend your money on...
Find the computer room.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
Right, sorry, I spoke its name. I meant to say there is no next gen. There is no next gen Star Fox game on the Wii U.
Why are you throwing stuff? What's up?
We got Star Fox Battle for Atlas.
I am eating the last of my kisses, so I must be.
Yeah.
What did she just...
Is that what you threw? Sorry, my girlfriend threw her baby Yoda at me.
I was about to say, what did she just throw at you?
Knocked over the alarm clock.
I saw something.
Oh, that's alarming.
Shut up, Kane.
She almost clocked you.
Oh, now she wants her baby Yoda now that she threw it at me.
Yeah.
It's mine now. I think I bought you this one. No, it was the other one? Oh, okay.
Because Mom said that she bought me one.
Why do you keep throwing your baby Yodas at me? Get out of here. I see it. What about it? That's the one I bought her. Yes.
See, I just want a copy of Shadow the Hedgehog to have it.
I know.
Because I haven't, because out of the, like, I guess, adventure era Sonic games, I still haven't played,
Yes, please.
I still haven't played Sonic Heroes, and I still haven't played, Shadow the Hedgehog. And yet I've still got my copy of Sonic 06 sitting right behind me.
Why are you like this?
Because I bought it. You were on one of my live streams when I was playing Sonic 06.
Probably said the same thing then.
You were laughing at me. You were like...
That's fair.
Because I lost it, like, that snowboarding section that controls, like, utter crap. Like, I got a game over there and I had to go all the way back, and I went on a gigantic, like, tyrant about how bad the game's design was, and you were like, okay, I gotta admit that was pretty funny. And I was like, yeah, it's funny to everybody who isn't me.
Good.
My favorite Sonic 06 moment to this day is when Josh was playing it on stream as Amy, and he jumped up a thing, and then Amy suddenly froze and T-posed into her death.
I still think my favorite moment from anything related to Josh and Sonic 06 was the squeaky toy incident.
Yeah.
Maggie.
Yeah.
Why'd you have to make me sad?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, it's okay.
Anyway, I just
For anyone who doesn't know, which is probably most of my watchers, I used to have a dog named Maggie. She was my baby, and she passed away within the last year, and I'm not ever going to get over it.
Understandably so.
Yeah,
It's a really hard thing to go through.
yeah, it's yeah.
Okay.
I love
Love you too. Love you too. Get out of here. You're the one screaming and waking up the neighbors because of your drama. You were loud.
Wait, did she actually wake up the neighbors?
No, that was a joke, but she did scream really loud earlier. I guess there's some the tick of talk is it's a
Yeah.
place of pain and agony, and
Agreed.
where all dreams go to die. Speaking of, how's the video I put on TikTok today too? Let's check.
You know, I think that a certain breath mint company should team up with TikTok
Oh,
and make a really
God.
awesome commercial. A TikTok Tic Tac. You can make a Tic Tac TikTok.
Cole Phelps is asking, so wait, are you saying that Shadow isn't edgy?
I mean, he's edgy. He's just not edgy in Shadow the Hedgehog.
I mean, to be fair, it's that game just tries, from what I've seen of it anyway, it tries to be edgy and fails miserably. Because it thinks that adding in cursing and guns and swords and like a bunch of like, you know, black and red and like gray everywhere is like what makes something edgy.
Ooh, the GG1's available. Excellent. Gotta replace something. Gotta make a GG1.
Oh my god.
I'm actually brain farting really hard because I wanted to ask something earlier and I completely forgot.
Here it is. A train containing the ultimate power.
Shut up. It all starts with this. A train containing the ultimate power. That's the GG1!
So now what now I see what's go. So now I
No,
see what's going on.
I know the lines. You let me do it. You're gonna butcher everything. Now I know what's going on. The railroads have mistaken me for the likes of you. So, where do you think you're going with that electric locomotive? Say something, you fake YouTuber! Chaos!
Railway.
Wow! He's edgy! Hey! It's not his edge! He must be using his complaining about British railways to get more views! My name is History in the Dark. I'm the ultimate YouTube historian. There's no time for games. Farewell!
And then they proceed to arrest Darkness the Curse.
I'm sorry for the wheeze that hurt anybody's ears. I apologize for that.
I saw a shot and I went for it.
As did I.
So
Microsoft Train Sim 2? I didn't realize Microsoft made a train simulator. I know about regular train sim. Woo! So far, so good. Hey, that's my former YouTube channel again, of all places. I found you, Faker. I think you're the fake YouTube channel. You're comparing yourself to me with your pathetic video game reviews? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my I'll make you eat those words!
Oh god, I need to replay SA2 at some point. I love that game.
I would love to, like, watch someone play through it all the way through, just so I could enjoy the cutscenes and the story. Because I can't play Sonic Adventure 2.
Okay.
I've streamed the whole thing before.
I've been in most of it, but there were points that I did miss.
I would have to look up
people are
what the
talking
2DD2 is, Train Animator, but I'm sure if it's of interest, I would love to make a video on it.
I think that's a Star Wars character.
It's a Star Wars character.
That was a good one, Kane. I like that one.
Thank you. I'll be here forever. Okay. Around here, good sir, that's not a hot take. That's common knowledge.
You wanna be the fighter free Knuckles, and we at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gonna let it get to me. I'm just gonna creep down to Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, cause I have no fear. These rocket sketches are graveyard theory. A ghost tried to approach me, it got near it. Ask me a question, you be banished in a... Sorry.
When you said the line with no fear, my mind went to Yu-Gi-Oh music.
Of course it did.
Hey, Kane.
Wait, like the way that you said it was so perfectly with I'm not gonna panic.
Hey, Kane.
Oh.
First of all, let me turn this down. Look how loud this game was. Look what I got up right now.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
I have Sonic Adventure 2 on the GameCube. I also have it on PC.
He
I
has
have
the
both the game
inferior versions.
I
The
have
only
the
real
Xbox
way to
360
play is
version.
the only real way to play is on the original Dreamcast, like me. Take that.
I would like to play the Dreamcast version at some point. One thing I heavily regret is not buying... I found a copy of the original Sonic Adventure complete in box for like $20, and I regret not picking it up. It was the Dreamcast original and everything, and I'm like, oh, I should have bought that.
And yet, you didn't.
Yeah, because I don't own Sonic Adventure 1 outside of the PC. My brother is the one who has it on GameCube.
Fool.
Yeah.
Can stick around, have to keep moving. It's
Only one way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No time for guessing, follow my path instead. Trusting in what you can see. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city.
Oh god, it has been so long since I played this game.
So, the reason Big the Cat exists, as the producer of Sonic Adventure explained, was that they just wanted to switch up the gameplay. Everyone else was, platformy, run and jump, and Amy and Gamma kind of switched it up, and Knuckles at the hunting, but they wanted something really genuinely different. And that's where
they succeeded,
and that's where Big came from, which was with the fishing.
I mean, they succeeded with what they wanted to do, but
hey, Big has a cult following now. And
I'm pretty sure
and if you really want to get technical, honestly, his levels really weren't bad. Like inherently, like they played fine. It's just some people found it very boring because it was not what people expected out of a Sonic game. But it was different, which is what they wanted.
I think what annoys me about Big's levels in any game like that is, just to be completely blunt, if I'm going to a platforming game, I want to be platforming.
I mean, Big can platform.
Yeah, he can, but and to be fair, that is better than some of the other games that I've felt with this, but I just don't like the fact that they changed up the gameplay that much.
I get that. I mean, to be fair, his story is very, very short. It's the shortest in the game, by far.
Yeah.
So it's not like you have to deal with it for that long anyway.
there's also, and I don't even really know if it's necessary. Ow.
Me and my dad between us have a ton of model trains. We do not have currently a model railway setup though. But my dad, there's so many model trains between the two of us. There's an insane, absurd, disgusting amount of model trains between the two of us. Wow, Samu is asking the real questions. I'm gonna let Teddy answer it.
What is your opinion on the Sonic gender bans or gender bends? Who gives a crap? Like, if people want to gender bend the Sonic characters, that's up to them.
I think the idea could be interesting in a side game or something, or alternate comic zone kind of thing. I think it'd be fine. There's really nothing wrong with the idea.
I think the issue with it is that it usually when that happens, it devolves into the Rule 34 aspect of that.
Yeah.
That's generally where I see it, unfortunately, not on purpose.
It's not a concept's fault. That's what usually happens with it, you know.
No, Ted, it really isn't on purpose. I assure you, it's not.
Keep telling yourself that.
Ted?
Really not.
Ted, first of
joking.
all, really not. As Kane said it. Second of all, and this is very important to me, we know what you're into. I know, and Kane knows that you possess, in your bedroom, a body pillow. Now, I'm not going to tell the chat who it is of, but...
Zora from Mass Effect.
Well, you admitted it yourself. No shame in it. So, in this regard, even if I was intentionally searching for that stuff, you can shut up.
I was joking, Josh. I know you don't seriously... Ow. I know you don't seriously... Look that stuff up.
I know you don't seriously... Ah!
I keep getting hit by this robot.
You know, considering the previous conversation and the fact that I know you're playing Sonic Adventure 2, that sounds hilarious.
I mean, hey, some people are into that. I mean, hey, Joker certainly was.
Wait, Joker?
Yes.
From
Okay, you're
Mass
not being-
Effect.
Oh, right, Edie.
Yep. I am
To be
right
fair,
here.
Edie
Jeff.
Edie is hilarious, and every
Yes.
time she's on screen, she makes me just lose my crap laughing. She is such a wonderful character. I enjoy the sight of humans on their knees.
That was a joke.
That was a joke.
Honestly, the best part of that scene is like the face that Jeff gives her.
It's so funny. It is my favorite scene in Mass Effect 2.
Yeah, because you're a noob. Should we
The
burn
one
that?
thing that Mass Effect 2 had going for it was definitely its sense of humor and story.
Oh,
Like,
definitely, yeah. The fact that it was able to
so
make,
good.
the fact that it was able to laugh was awesome.
It was a really good game in terms of humor.
A jewel containing the ultimate power.
My other favorite part with Mass Effect 2, it wasn't even like a humorous scene, but anything involving Legion is amazing.
Legion?
Yeah.
Why Legion?
Because he's a robot. You can ask him anything. You can ask him anything, and he will just respond in the most logical, deadpan robot way, and I love it.
He's just Data from Star Trek.
To be fair, I don't. That doesn't mean much to me.
Data has more emotion than Legion.
No, he doesn't.
There
I mean,
was
not until he gets his emotion chip. Then that's different. But
So technically speaking, he definitely has more emotion than Legion.
only in certain circumstances. Though I do concede that Legion's way of speaking, which is very electronic, does give him more of a deadpan sound than Data, who at least sounds human.
Well,
Exactly.
yeah, because Geth normally don't communicate. They usually just talk to each other like through their minds. Because
So they do communicate.
Well, yeah, but because like in
They
Legion's
don't
own words,
communicate verbally. They communicate electronically.
yeah, like in his own words, your analog communication is insufficient.
Yep.
Because they communicate at the speed of light. That's the reason why, despite the fact that there's 1,183 AIs technically housed within Legion, they can still communicate with Shepard at the speed of a normal conversation.
Any thoughts on fanfiction? Dude, on my old channel, I had an entire series called Fanfiction Nightmares where I read really bad fanfiction. You do not want me to get started on that.
I think fanfic has a bad rep because of the things that get famous. I think that there are very much good stories that you can read for franchises of
Sure.
any kind, and you can get an enjoyable story out of it for certain. Just as long as you're not taking anything like super seriously, like as long as you're not considering this is the new canon or whatever. Like there's a lot of fun stories that you can tell with different series and still have a good time. It's just a medium of fan expression. It just so happens that it's a very easy one to get into, so a lot of people write bad things because they're free to write whatever they want.
I do have to ask something, actually. And Josh, maybe this is a question you can genuinely answer.
Mm-hmm.
When Knuckles broke the Master Emerald into pieces, how did pieces of it end up in space?
Ted. Don't get
So I'm not gonna
too
get in it.
don't get too worked up over these details.
Okay, fair enough. I was wondering if there was actually like an
I like
in-universe
to
explanation.
imagine that the shards of the Master Emerald are like Dragon Balls after you use them.
That's kind of what I was gonna like default to if there wasn't like an answer. It's just like, oh well, the Chaos Emerald like just scatters apart in various places.
Also, don't you remember the scene later in Sonic Adventure 2 where they open the hatch and a bunch of the Master Emerald pieces are literally dumped in?
Oh yeah, there is a explanation. He already gathered those pieces. They just fell out again when they opened up the hatch. I forgot about that.
Oh, okay. Alright, fair enough. I didn't know that. Alright, well, hey.
I haven't even beaten Sonic Adventure 2, and I knew that.
Well, to be fair, I haven't played through Sonic Adventure 2 in almost 10 years, so...
I haven't played anything of Sonic Adventure 2 past City Escape. And even then, that barely qualifies as me playing City Escape. I wanna say I beat City Escape maybe once or twice, and I just never continued past that.
That's because you're lame.
Yeah, I'm really bad at Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, evidently so am I.
It's okay. We can't all be awesome like me.
I mean, you know, I can beat X-Blades, which not a lot of people can do. I've never beaten X-Blades.
And I could make some joke about me being like a master, like, Dead Rising player, but I suck at that first game, so...
I really want to sit down and finish X-Blades.
I adore the, like the Knuckles rap music.
I don't know if I have an all-time favorite meme. There's a lot of really good ones.
Will Kratos die in God of War Ragnarok? I mean, that man survived some things.
He survived God of War 1.
Technically, he has died several times.
Yep.
He just literally drags himself out of Hades, the underworld, every single time. He is literally too angry to die.
I mean, would you be if the gods, like, forced you to kill your family? Or tricked you into killing your family, sorry?
I mean, Ares specifically did that.
Yeah.
What a mean person, because I can't say the other one.
You really want to curse him out, don't you?
Pretty much.
No, Omochao, I don't want to talk to you.
But Omochao is the greatest Sonic character ever made! We need an Omochao spin-off game!
You do want to talk to him. It is, in fact, vitally important that you speak to him at this moment.
And why
It would
is
be
that?
hilarious
Because
to
I said
see an
so.
Omochao ROM hack.
Well, wasn't there an Omochao, like, ROM hack of the first Sonic game where, like, every ring you collect, or whatever, like, makes him talk to you?
Yes,
Okay.
I did a Let's Play of it. It was horrible.
When I say Omochao ROM hack, I mean a real ROM hack. Or with, like, actual playable gameplay.
I don't know why everyone wants me to say that. Hold on, let me clear my throat. You are the reason why this content remains exquisite. I don't know why they wanted me to say that so bad.
Oh god, Sonic 2 XL. I remember that game.
Yeah,
Never
I
played
remember
it
that one too.
I never played it myself, but I do remember Josh's old Let's Play of it.
My favorite Let's Plays from the channel are still privated, I think. It's the Let's Plays for the Flash game, The House.
Not too bad.
Thank you. Why haven't they made a train that hasn't broken the sound barrier? Why? Well, actually, technically, they have. Not one that like runs in revenue service, because that'd be completely unmanageable. And the problem with a ground vehicle that goes that fast is it has to cross like roads, and there'd be, it's the difference between, completely destroying a car and vaporizing a car that runs into. So there's a big safety factor with that. But they did have, there was a test buggy that they used to test the effects of G-forces on the human body, and the scientist behind it actually ran the tests on himself.
Well, did that work out for him?
Well, he lived after multiple tests, but he had some pretty I don't really want to describe the injuries with Kane around, because it partially has to do with his eyes.
Oh, yeah.
So we're gonna leave that out of the discussion.
I love the chows.
Yeah, and good tell your mom points it out really well. And there's also the issue of stopping. They need to stop at some point, and like a train that travels at a sufficient, even at 100 miles an hour, can take a mile to stop, depending on how long it is and how heavy it is. If it's traveling the sound barrier, I mean, that could take.
Sonic boom.
Well, there's that too, but there's also it could. I can't. I would have to crunch some serious numbers to figure out how long it would take to stop at that speed.
In the words of Vin Diesel, it's not the fall that kills you.
But
it's
yeah,
the sudden stop at the bottom.
Yeah. Also, Kane makes a very solid point. The noise. They couldn't even fly the Concorde, which is an aircraft, over the continents because people complained about the noise. Can you imagine how loud it would be if it was a train on the ground breaking the sound barrier?
I can see the complaints from here.
Exactly. So there are many reasons why they never bothered with a train that can break the sound barrier, because there's absolutely no reason to do that. Yes, hon. Oh yeah.
I'm reminded of episode 2.
I know, it's okay. Figured it would do that. Yep.
I'm reminded of episode 2 of the Mega Man anime that had an episode with the subway.
Yeah, and it would possibly break windows and shatter infrastructure just by passing by from the shockwave. Like there's so many problems with this actually. Like there's almost too many to name. Like it just really don't actually do that is really where we're at with it. Don't worry. There might be something that can break the sound barrier and be totally safe.
Not Mega Man anime, that was the Mega Man cartoon series that gave us that meme. The anime is the one with the network versions of the characters, not
yeah,
the real
Gutsman's
robots.
butt is Ruby Spears.
Yep,
God bless them and everything they did.
yep.
The Lions.
It really wasn't that bad of a series more often than not. Like, you could have done a lot worse.
There's really only a few hiccups with it.
Yeah.
Still think that final episode was amazing, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was I gonna say? Right.
Train breaking the sound barrier.
Oh yeah. The one way we could do it, obviously, it'll be the Hyperloop.
Are we talking like Sonic 06 doing the loops?
No,
with
I
trains?
mean Elon Musk's Hyperloop project.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know about the Hyperloop? Oh man, it's the next greatest thing. Definitely will absolutely be a thing. We promise.
It sounds like a video game title.
So it uses magnetic levitation and it encases the train, if you can even call it that at that point, in like a glass tube, and it sends people from place to place at very high speeds, and that's the whole idea is making this work.
It's like that thing from near the end of the Polar Express.
I don't know what you're referencing. I was thinking more Futurama, actually. But
Wow.
either way, there are so many problems with this concept that I don't even know where to begin. But it's Elon Musk, and he does whatever he wants, so SpaceX is still working on it on the side in addition to actually doing real science and going to space rather than wasting time on something that not only would not necessarily be the safest thing in the world, but also would require a sufficient amount of new infrastructure to be built when we already have plenty of rail lines all over the country.
Yeah.
There's a lot of issues with that. He talked about it like a decade ago, and they still don't really have a working prototype of it. So the notion of it ever being a thing is hideously unlikely. And everyone kind of said that from the start. It was just a really dumb idea.
Yeah, I get the idea, but like that is no. I don't think it would work out right now.
I mean, I don't mind new concepts, of course, but that was one thing where I was like, no, just make more, just focus on the reusable rocket thing. I think that actually seems to be working and is actually really good.
You can focus on cat girls.
What? Oh, that seems random.
I was waiting a while to make that joke.
Okay.
And so there was I don't know if this is true or not, but there was a meme going on for a while that Elon Musk was in the process of trying to figure out how to actually create cat girls.
I remember seeing that meme, and I was very confused as to any of the context for what that was.
I think it's just making fun of Musk and all his wacky ideas.
Yes.
Probably.
As far as I know, he's not involved in any kind of genetic engineering, which is what that would entail.
Yeah.
Ha! Entail.
Haha, I get it.
Oh, since I brought up genetic engineering.
I can't even follow that up. That was brilliant.
Thank you. Thank you, I thought so too. You know, Arturo, you're the only one complaining about the ear thing, and I do apologize again, but have you considered perhaps your volume is very high? Because it just does... I only bring it up just because it just seems to be only you. And I don't want you to suffer when I do that. Oh yeah, he has the Neuralink thing. Yo, I'm totally down for anything cyberpunk, though. Like, everyone's like, I don't want chips in my body. I'm like, yes, you do. You just don't know it yet.
Didn't Kingsman already describe why that's a horrible idea?
Oh, please. No, we don't listen to pieces of fiction that warn us about playing God.
Yeah, why
When has that ever held back the march of scientific progress?
Probably in whoever decided to bring whoever was like, hey, we should bring the dinosaurs back to life.
Hey, we still want to do that. I still want to do that. If I had the means and the funding, if you think for 1 second that I would hesitate for any amount of time on doing that, you are sorely mistaken.
So when the world currently turns into... Well...
Listen to me. If someday I'm not able to wake up in the middle of the night, walk and look out my window, and then immediately walk to my parents' room and walk in and say there's a dinosaur in the pool, I will be sorely disappointed in my life.
He actually just said there's a dinosaur in our backyard, but
In our backyard, right?
But I get the joke and the reference.
Yay.
Solid work.
Thank you.
That's from the second movie, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I was about to say I think I get that reference, but I'm not 100%.
She's gonna
There's a dinosaur in the backyard.
I
It's so deadpan.
know, he's just so casual about it. Like, did
It
you guys
reminds-
know? I feel like someone should let you know.
Weirdly enough, it kind of reminds me of that one line, like, this is a totally different thing, and I get that, but, in the first Michael Bay Transformers movie, when it was Ironhide who, like, crash lands into that dude's pool, and the girl walks over thinking that he's the Tooth Fairy, and she sees this gigantic, like, space mechanical robot crawl out of their pool, and she's just like, "Excuse me, are you the Tooth Fairy?"
Some dinosaurs had feathers, not all dinosaurs had feathers. Common misconception with modern know-it-alls on Facebook who are like, there's no feathers in this dinosaur art. Like, that's because this dinosaur didn't actually have them. But, you know, keep thinking you're smart. That's fine.
because what's gonna happen is Brittany's gonna take screenshots. Oh, she said she's doing it.
You know what else was a reminder that we shouldn't be making human-animal hybrids?
What?
Dino Crisis 3.
Well,
I think she wants us to.
yeah.
Alright,
I will never not make fun of that game.
Well, I mean, people get all uppity about hybrids and things like that, but technically we've been doing that for generations. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think a frickin' mule is?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, it's wrong. It's not. It's against nature.
Well, actually, we didn't make them do that. They just kind of did it on their own. So,
I feel like the only time people really get offended when that idea comes up is mostly when it involves humans.
Hmm.
I feel like that's where I've seen the most outrage from people.
what?
Like the idea of hybrids is people like when you start bringing in human experimentation to it, everyone gets not experimentation, but like making fun of Elon Musk with the cat girl thing. Like people are offended at the aspect it's a cat girl, you know. And then of course with like Dino Crisis 3 with that kind of hybrid. With that kind of hybrid, it was very much this is really bad because, you know, they were the villains of the game. And it was an AI that did that, right? Like the onboard computer?
Yes.
Yeah. God, I really want to sit down and play that game because it just looks absolutely stupid, but I know that it's a terrible idea for me to do so because I've seen enough of it to know I can't play it.
What do I think of the maglev? I assume you're talking about the Japanese maglev, which everyone was worried wouldn't turn out well, but of course it turned out seemingly pretty good. Not really surprised by that. I mean, I think the design of the carriages looks really frickin' weird, but the technology is impressive. So I mean, can't complain about that. Now Now we're like, now everyone else is several decades behind with the technology because the United States is like, what's a train? We don't need a high-speed train. Why would we need that? We'll just drive everywhere. Like, why would you want to do that, though? Like, I want you to think about that. You would rather have 4-hour-long car rides when compared to half-hour train trips. And have you seen gas prices? Like, really? This is dumb. You're all being dumb, is where I'm at with it.
I've been more offended at cars in the last year of my life than I have been with anything else in terms of transportation.
Oh.
Because, like, the more I deal with them, the more I hate them. Because you're right.
I know I am. Oh, that's the Chinese one. Well, see, again, still, I mean, my point still stands that the notion that we can't take advantage of this kind of technology because the automotive industry, no, but the cars, they'll run into trouble. Like, do you mean like how they did that to trains years ago?
Trains are for losers.
You think I care? You think I care about it? It's sink or swim. That's a free market, baby. Come on now. Why are we not funding this?
Because then people won't be able to show off their cars.
Because they'll show off their frickin' cars. No one's stopping you. Nothing about this stops you from doing that, you idiots.
I really do think that public transportation needs to be treated a lot better than how it's been treated lately. Or ever, in that.
I mean, the problem is these industries that almost killed the rail industry in America are slowly starting to struggle. Cars, gas is expensive, and people can't afford it. Simple as that. Then you have, but planes have a similar problem, where, first of all, flying is freaking expensive. It always has been. You know, maybe once it was affordable, but it was never really not expensive. The airlines also are going to have to increase costs because jet fuel is going to go up too. Like, there's a lot of things that are going into flying that are making it much more difficult to actually do. Trains don't have any of these problems. You know, trains can run off of straight up electricity. High-speed rail lines do that. Why wouldn't we? I can't fathom why we wouldn't, other than perhaps the automotive industry being like, no, but what about us? Oh, wow. I'm so sorry.
That's what they did to steal the roads away from people.
I feel so bad for you. Here, let me. I'm currently playing the tiniest violin. Like, if I was president, that's what I'd tell them. They'd come to me. They'd be like, Mr. President, you have to do something to help the automotive industry. Do I? No, I don't. And I won't.
I'm gonna do something to help the train.
I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it.
No offense, Josh, but I cannot even imagine a reality where you are president.
Wait, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that, like, the thought of that is so ridiculous in my mind.
You know. Hey,
What are
Josh,
you trying to say? You saying I couldn't? You saying I couldn't be president?
I'm saying it is so strange.
Hey Josh,
Like,
you know what you're gonna have to do to retaliate?
what?
You're gonna have to make a fandom from either Sonic Adventure 2 or Shadow the Hedgehog, where you dub over all of the scenes with the president.
Oh my god.
And then that way you can credit yourself as Josh, president. It's a flawless strategy.
Darkness the Curse for President 2024.
I would love to see what that would entail.
I will bring game reviews to the White House.
Man, they do not want me in the White House because I got a lot to friggin' say. It would not be pretty. It would not be a pretty sight. I'd be like, what are y'all doing?
Oh, man. I don't even know why that cracked me up so hard. Wow.
Oh, you want me to help the automotive industry? How about we build more rail lines? Here's a bill. We're building more rail lines. Okay, fine. We'll do a package. We'll help the automotive industry, and we're building more rail lines.
I'm gonna pass this.
I will
bill.
veto everything that doesn't have build more rail lines in it.
I'm going to pass this bill. But sir, all that bill does is say that we have to legally have a statue of a duck on White House property. Exactly.
That's why I probably wouldn't make a very good president, because I'm not about playing ball. I don't do that.
Yeah,
I won't play these freaking games. Like, we're either going to do the right thing in the situation, or we're not going to do anything at all. The thing is, if we did, let's say hypothetically, all right. Let's think about this. So, if we were to, if we did start build more railways and have more rail corridors open and open up that kind of public transportation system again, where Amtrak, or even a private railway, why not privatize it again? See, actually get, actual companies involved. We might be able to pull that off these days. But if we did that, then we would have a situation where people would be starting to do that, to be driving less. The best way to convince it would solve both problems in a way, because right now, gas prices are very high. But if we were in a situation, let's say hypothetically, we just weren't buying gas anymore, because we were taking a train, suddenly the oil industry would have to do something about that, because they wouldn't be making sales. They would have to. They wouldn't have a choice. So instead of, being like, can you please lower the prices, when they have absolutely no motivation to do so, why not give them a friggin' reason to do it? You have to give them a competitive alternative, and planes aren't gonna do it. Trains will, particularly high-speed electric trains. The thing about it is, a lot of the infrastructure in America actually is still there. Many of the old stations weren't torn down. They're still there. You have to build the lines in between them, but the stations are there. So it's not like there'd be that much, if you put let's say, in these, I'm gonna spitball it. I'm gonna say let's put a $3 billion bill forward, and for the U.S. government, that's not even very much. It says we are gonna build, rail lines, electric rail lines here, 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 and here, and bridge these cities together. Amtrak, I'll direct Amtrak. All right, you guys got to start running trains in between them. Let them loose. See what frickin' happens. I guarantee you, if you advertise it, make it clear that this is now a viable option to get from place to place, people will stop driving as much because they can't frickin' afford the gas anyway. And suddenly, gas sales will plummet. And the oil companies will be like, why aren't you driving? Why aren't you buying our gas? Because fuck you. That's why. How about that? The problem with the oil industry is that it's still, even though it's technically separate companies, they're basically a monopoly. Because everyone buys gas. Everyone needs to buy gas. Everyone keeps buying the gas. If you make it so that we don't buy the gas, that'll make a serious dent, and they'll actually have to change. You can't just negotiate with them. You actually have to give them competition. They don't have any competition right now, and they need competition.
Yeah. And on another note for that, on a kind of the same thing, and obviously trains are definitely much better for longer distances, so understand that what I'm about to say. Trains are better for longer distance, but even if you live in a small town, if you live in something that's not very big, ride a bike. Like, I feel like that's doable, guys. You can ride a bike.
That's a matter of personal choice, unfortunately. And some people have to go, like when I used to work at the warehouse, my commute by car was 30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And like,
but if you think for 1 second, had there been a train that went in between where I, reasonably where I worked and where I lived, every frickin' day.
Oh, exactly. And for longer distances, that makes sense. But like, if you're 5-10 minutes away from a grocery store, if you're 5 to 10 minutes from your job, if you're 5 to 10 minutes from a store you usually go to, riding your bike is gonna take a little longer, but you also save a lot of gas by doing that. Like, there are smaller ways that you can commute when you're in a smaller area. You don't need to drive a car 2 blocks, Like, that's unnecessary. The
efficiency issues of the trucking industry, too, really come into perspective when you play a game like this. Because even the largest trucks can only carry so many resources. And logistically, that makes sense. Like, of course they can. They're small. There's only so much space you could fit on a motor vehicle. But the trains can move a massive amount of stuff in a relatively short amount of time. Faster than the roads can, actually. Why, I do think the freight companies in America when it comes to trains are in a very, very good position. Because they are about ready to start really capitalizing on the issue of the trucking industry not being able to afford gas anymore. Diesel prices are through the roof. But a lot of the trains are now like the Evolution series by General Electric, which is a hybrid. Much better when it comes to gas consumption. Infinitely better. It's going to be a lot cheaper to ship by rail.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. That's the way it's going to be. Trains were always destined to come back anyway. If anyone ever thought that gasoline was going to last forever, they were kidding themselves. Like even before we had the global warming issue that everyone brings up, I was more on the table of, yeah, but we're going to run out of this.
Yeah.
Did we not think about that? I feel like that's relevant. Really relevant. Like, this is a finite resource. It doesn't replenish itself.
If there's anything I've learned over the years, it's that humanity is not good at thinking ahead. We are very much in the moment kind of creatures, I feel like. it's kind of rare when we're able to think ahead and plan for when things happen.
There was a time in the 40s and 50s when we had the infrastructure for that. And there's a lot of infrastructure that was torn up. Go tell your mom. You're right. There's a lot of things we would need to change, but we're gonna have to. What else are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Like, well, what do we do? Our trucks are too expensive. Like, well, how about you build some track? In fact, build it right here. There used to be some. You can still see, like, there's places in America where you can still see where the track used to run.
Yeah.
You know.
Also, Ted dropped out.
Of course he did. He does that. We knew that. We knew that was coming. I don't know why you're surprised. Are you shocked? I'm not.
Nah, it's pretty late. He's probably off to bed. Oh, excuse me. He's probably off to bed. But yeah, I definitely think that trains are a really good thing that we should invest way more in. I think the other nice thing about it too is even outside of cost, the less cars that are on the road, there's less chance of accidents happening.
Yeah.
Like, it's a win-win situation in terms of safety.
Yeah, I got so furious because, like I said, I do post the occasional historical video on TikTok.
Yeah.
It's just History in the Dark on TikTok in case any of you actually use TikTok. But what I got a couple of response being like, well, I would never use Amcrash, referring to Amtrak and their accidents. And I'm like, are you people aware of how many of us die on our roads every year? Like,
Yeah.
trains are vastly safer than driving a vehicle on your own.
Mhm.
It's just one of those things. Like planes the same way. Planes are, like, it's true. When a train crashes or an aircraft crashes, it's big news and it's very catastrophic because, it's fiery, everywhere. It looks bad. But cars crash every frickin' day. Hundreds of them every day. And people die in them every day. If you think for 1 second that you're safer in a car, you're an idiot. You don't get drunk drivers when you're on a train. And if you do, the train usually doesn't derail and the driver is, well, not good. But, my point is that, no, shut up, you're wrong.
Yeah. I hate cars. I really do. I you know what? It's not even that I hate cars. What I hate is how, like, almost brainwashed people are by cars.
The problem is the cars have been a standard thing for people for multiple generations. Trains used to be in the norm. Now they're a lot more alien, so now we have to switch back to something that we used to be used to.
Yeah.
Now everyone's like, oh, I'm turning 16, gonna start driving, I'm gonna have my own car. No, because eventually this isn't gonna work anymore. Car driving is getting like I will tell you, I try to this month. I will tell you guys, I had to spend an exorbitant amount of money on my car because I have to get it inspected. And I have to fix a bunch of things that are wrong with it. I know they're wrong with the car. It's not just the gas; it's the upkeep. You don't have to pay to upkeep a damn train because you're not the railroad company. That's their job. Yeah. You pay for your ticket, you get on the ride, and I get and it might be, let's say, a ticket to get to the next town over. Let's say that's all you got to do. You're going to visit a friend next town over. A ticket will run you maybe $20, which to go there and back, you'd spend the same amount on gas and not have to worry about getting plowed into and wrapping yourself around a telephone pole. And if trains are even more commonplace and they're starting to be electric, they might even be able to make them cheaper. It could only be $10 for a ticket like that. It's going to vary a lot, but the point is that, like, there's really no logical reason beyond, lobbying and bribes, I would wager, for us not to invest more in the trains.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, I usually don't try to compare us to Europe because different cultures, different attitudes, there's a lot of differences between us.
Yeah.
But a lot of European countries still rely very much on their rail networks, and frankly, I don't know why we don't. Because it's stupid not to.
And yeah, that's something I've never understood, Joey. I don't know why you would ever try to beat a train in that specific way. Like, that's such a stupid idea.
Because you're an idiot. Only idiots do that.
Exactly.
Period. End of story. If you think for 1 second, if it ever enters your thought, you're approaching a railroad crossing, you see the lights go off, and you say, "Don't worry, I can beat the train across the track," you are a frickin' moron. Because I don't know I don't know why you think you're so good that you can beat the train. Because I promise you ain't that good, and the train doesn't care about you.
Yes.
At all. Actually, the one that might be one of the big integration issues we would have with more trains is idiots like that, because I know that East Coast Rail down in Florida, they opened up a new. It's not really a high. It is. They call it a high-speed rail line. It's not really on the level of a proper one, but it's still a very fast way to go up and down the Florida East Coast. You know. Good call. Been financially successful. Problem. They had to come out and plead with people, beg them to stop frickin' getting on the tracks, running across them in front of the train, driving because they don't care. They don't acknowledge the danger, the issue, and there's been a ton of accidents that were in no way East Coast Bright Line. Yeah, the Bright Line. Thank you. Go tell your mom. It was in no way their fault. The train's fault. Because people kept trying to drive across the frickin' tracks like a bunch of idiots. Florida and everybody. And some people were like, "Oh, see, this is why trains are dangerous." No, you frickin' moron! This is why people are dumb.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? Like that? It's not the train. It's you.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the train's fault that you people are too stupid to sit there and wait for a train to go by. Like, everyone is blaming the trains, and it's like, how about you blame the people not doing things right?
Well, I didn't. I thought I could get across the track. Well, you thought wrong. Idiots. Yeah, Florida man strikes again. That's right. That's absolutely correct. It seems like everyone down in Florida happens to be Florida man. It's just insane to me that this is even a problem. That, you know, people think that, oh, well, I can, you know, like, it's a damn train. Like, it's not even a matter of, you know, like, oh, I didn't understand. You didn't understand? How are you still alive? You can't see. You can't visually, mentally process the notion that this high-speed behemoth of metal that weighs thousands of tons, traveling at least 70 miles per hour, probably a little faster on Bright Line, and you can't say, boy howdy, I better not get in that thing's way. That doesn't occur to you. That doesn't click in your head to say, wow, maybe that could kill me very fast and without remorse. I mean, are you serious? Or how is this even a frickin' discussion? How is this even an issue? Like, how stupid do you have to be to think that that was gonna work out for you?
There needs to be like a big breaking news story with the title of "Trains Aren't Dangerous, You Are."
I mean, most PSAs regarding train safety make it abundantly clear that look, the train's not gonna stop. It can't stop. You stop, look, and listen. Because the train won't. Because there are people who've been hit, you know, they had their cars hit by a train. You know? And have been stunned by the revelation. And then they said, and then there was one woman. She said, you know, I thought it would stop for me.
No.
How are you?
What gave you that idea?
How? Pray tell. And this is a very serious question that requires a very, very serious answer. How are you still alive?
Yep.
Because there's a limit to my... I do not foresee how it is conceivable that you could have lived this long and be that frickin' stupid. That to me is just impossible. That's where I'm at with it. It's one of those things that I'm gonna stick with. I just don't fathom the notion that you thought that train was going to stop for you. For you. It's gonna stop for you? Who are you? Who are you to anybody, for one? For two, even if the train wanted to stop for you, and it probably didn't, you think it can? Like, how? This isn't an American issue either. It's just one of those things, like, in general, I don't fathom how people are that rock stupid.
Listen, at least when I complain about floaty controls with me not being to stop in video games, it's a video game. I don't see how people cannot understand that trains are giant pieces of metal that can't stop on a dime. Even Halo 1 made a comment about that on one of its ships, okay? Halo 1 is not realistic, and it said that this ship can't turn on a dime. Even Halo is aware of this factoid, okay, people?
My whole thing is that you know, it might just be a common knowledge kind of deal that we're lacking. You know, but people can acknowledge that big rig truck. Well, that's not even true. I was about to say people can acknowledge big rig trucks can't stop on a dime. No. I've seen too many idiots try to cut off trucks. Never mind. People are just that stupid.
People really are. I don't think education will help some people even.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get how you cannot understand why, you know, why what you are currently doing, getting in the way of this heavy piece of equipment, is a bad call. Like, you don't comprehend, you don't follow the rationale of, hey, this thing is large. It just doesn't dawn on you? I cannot grasp the level of intellectual apathy it takes to not know why that's a problem.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But I mean, I grew up on trains. Like, when my dad volunteered my dad volunteered at a Heritage Railway, and I grew up, you know, around tracks and trains and everything about it. So from a young age, I knew, boy howdy, that thing can kill me. You know, it was something that I just knew. You know, maybe it's a culture issue. Maybe these days we don't understand, but people don't understand the dangers of cars, so maybe it's not. Maybe it's just people, you know, not willing to know things. Maybe there's a lack of willingness to understand how things work. I don't know, man. I thought it would stop for me.
So stupid.
Why would you ever think that? Why would you ever think that? Who the hell are you that you would ever concede? You know, mind-numbingly. How unspeakably dumb do you have to be? To be honest, like, I understand your point. The average person doesn't have any, doesn't have that many, any interaction with trains in the average day. You're right. That's probably true. Most people don't see a train every single day. I live near train tracks, so I do. But a lot of people don't. That's fair. But most people know what a frickin' train is, and can acknowledge that whatever comes down these tracks is big. And there's these big-ass warning lights blaring at me that say red. And there's actually a gate that comes down, specifically disallowing me from crossing at this time. They couldn't make it more glaringly obvious that you shouldn't cross at this point. And people still frickin' do it.
That's ultimately my issue with this, because, like, look, I get crap thrown at me for not knowing certain things. And I get that to a point. But when you don't know to stop for trains when all of that is true, you are next level stupid and you need to go back to kindergarten. 'Cause wow. And I do not regret that because, again, wow. It's literally a big bar that pops down with red lights saying, hey, stop.
People... I'm sorry, I was about to make another mistake again. I was about to say people know what a red light is, but I just saw someone go straight through a red light 2 days ago. So, never mind. People don't know what a red light is. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting we live on planet Earth where the idiots walk among us.
Yep.
I really thought I was going to watch someone get T-boned when he did it. I was like, seriously? Because he went straight through that red light.
Yeah,
No, actually, no, I take that back. It was even worse. Because what he did was he stopped. And then he decided, oh, I don't need to stop at this red light. And then he went through the red light. So there was actually a hesitation. So he actually took time to think about his decision-making process. And said, yes, I am going through this red light.
Did I make this bad decision? Yes.
Say no more.
Like, when you purposefully make a decision like that, that's just on you. Come on. You're not allowed to blame a train for your own ineptitude at basic decency.
Trains don't have red lights? Yeah, they do. They have signals. Some of the signals, there's red signals. Those totally exist. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's the thing that goes ding, 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 and then the two bars close down over the road.
Not even that. I'm literally talking, well, I mean, those obviously for the cars, but he's talking about for the trains. There are train signals that are red. Lights that show that the train needs to stop or something. Now, there's no red lights for cars, like, oh no, there's a car on the tracks, better stop at this red light while I'm a train engineer. No, that doesn't exist. That's not a thing that's going to happen. They might be able to switch the signal down the line if there's like an accident on the tracks or something, but they're not gonna... There's no signaling process for just people crossing the... No, trains have the right of way around here, people. Come on now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had ranted for a while, and now I'm kind of out of rant. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I got nothing else to add to that. People are stupid. Like, I don't know what else to want to say.
You know what else? You know what else is really stupid about trains?
Oh, God. What, Kane?
Sonic 06's train level.
It was... Radical Train was a pretty bad level. I think that's a fair assessment. I think it's very fair.
I got an unrelated kind of rant from earlier today. Something that annoys me currently.
Oh.
I bought a song on Amazon, and I've bought songs through iTunes too, so it's not just an Amazon thing. So I bought a song on Amazon, and I downloaded it and put it on my MP3 player. And my MP3 player tells me stats about the audio file, and even if I go into properties and stuff, I can see how good a quality it is, essentially. And the thing that bothers me so much about buying music through iTunes or Amazon or any of these places is that you're only allowed one audio file, and it's okay.
It's fine.
Now, this annoys me because I understand the idea, but going back to what we were talking about earlier with availability, I am fine with, like, okay, yes, I'm very happy that I could buy the Chrono Cross soundtrack for $20 and own it. Great. I can download a FLAC version off the internet for free. And FLAC is way higher quality. Because they're ripped straight from CDs at the highest possible settings that you can get. Why can't I buy that high quality version? Or why don't I have that high quality version by default and the service allow me to download the files that I want? And in a lot of cases, if I wanted to do that, if I wanted to get the high quality files, I would either have to illegally download them off the internet, which I don't want to do, or I would have to import a Japanese CD set, rip it myself, and rename all of the files individually at the highest quality I could get them.
Well, I don't see why you wouldn't want to do that. That sounds like a great thing.
3-disc set is about, was it like $48?
I don't see the problem.
I mean, I do it.
I know you do it. I in no way doubt that you do it.
Chrono Cross is literally one of my favorite RPG soundtracks of all time. And so, like, I would love to do that. But, like, I bought the $18 MP3 version off Amazon because, well, it just made sense to me to buy the thing that was affordable. Which sucks, because I don't have an option to get the higher quality version. The only way for me to do that is to pirate it. And I'm like, why are you people like this?
Don't you?
I understand that higher quality audio tends to be a bit of a niche, but it should be available for people who want it. So, like, I bought Standout Fit In today, and I can hear the audio degradation through my headphones. And then I've got something from like my CDs that I just use iTunes to rip at lossless quality. And I can hear the increase in quality through my headphones. If I can hear a difference with my hardware, that's when I'm gonna start using the higher quality stuff. So it's really sad that I don't have an option to buy that through digital means. Because, like, yeah, the MP3 is fine for casual listens, but... Guys, I can hear the difference in quality. That's a problem when I don't have any other way to buy something higher end without buying an entire physical disc. We've gotten to the point where things are convenient, but you are losing... You're losing options with the convenience factor, and you have to buy the more expensive physical disc to actually get that higher quality. I just think it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
Yeah. It really does. I bought the Treasure Planet soundtrack for $8. Good job on that one, Disney. That was actually a really good deal. Thank you. That was no sarcasm, no shade. Just thank you. I like that. Like I bought that and like okay, cool. Yeah, I can casually listen to this on my MP3 player. That's great. Man, can I hear that degradation? I feel like my issue when it comes to that with quality is you can always go down, but you can never go up. So why wouldn't you start with the best and then go down from there?
Because... suffer? I wish I had an answer for you. I do not.
Yeah. God. As a side note, I'm still annoyed at my MP3 player too, because it's again one of those Android devices, and I just can't stand Android. I hate Android as an MP3 operating system. And this is a perfect reason why. Every time I add a song, every single time, I have to rescan the SD card in order to get the tracks to show up. And I'm just like, why? It's such a frustrating extra step.
I am not building a quintuplex. They're not efficient. They're ridiculous. It's just going to be a money pit. I know it'll be funny, but yo... like... maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. Either way, I got to take off, though.
Okay. See you later, stream.
Superior rail line. I can't spell superior. Superior. There we go. Superior. I knew I was missing like a few letters. I was like, wait a minute. I wrote superior the first time, and I'm like, that's not how you spell that.
Well, as long as you don't spell it the Pokemon way.
I get it.
Haha.
Maybe I'll build a quintuplex tomorrow, just to be stupid. But right now, I'm gonna take off.
For the memes.